Hello, hello. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Hey, Booyah Canary. 0-0. This is the first game. I didn't draft on this stream. This was a draft I did between yesterday and today. Just going to play it out, and then we'll get into the first draft, of course. I never play game sounds. You shouldn't hear game sounds. It'd be weird if you did. What I also haven't done is open Cardboard Live, so let me go ahead and do that. The bots aren't working today. This reconnaissance mission looks like it's going to be pretty good here. What's up, Geek? Hey, Ixo. Bots aren't lazy. Humans are lazy. Bots will work tirelessly. Yeah, right? Reconnaissance mission's pretty hit or miss, I think. But since it has cycling, that makes it a really good card. Because, I mean, when it's hit, you play it like now, and when it's missed, you just cycle it for 2 mana. I've drafted red-white cycling a handful of times. I mean, it's clearly good. Probably the best deck. I'm not, like, in any way fighting it or against it. It's just, you know, it doesn't seem to be open very much. It seems like everybody's kind of into it. And you know me, I would rather take what's available than force the best deck in general. I start at 3 p.m. Eastern now. I mean, today it was 3:10. You didn't miss the draft or anything. This is a draft from off stream. It's best of 1, so it'll probably take, 30 to 45 minutes to finish this up. And then we'll get to a fresh draft, of course. This is game 1, so we do have the whole run. I'll pop the deck up on stream after this game, which I assume is about to be over. It's just another pretty standard blue-red spells. I didn't draft this on purpose. I drafted a few times last night. This just happened to be the last one. And it was probably the only blue-red spells I drafted off-stream of the, maybe 3 drafts I did. I think it's pretty good, though. I've got the Great Shark. This card is fantastic. The 5/4 counter for 5. Voracious Great Shark. And then just a couple Cloud Piercers to slap on these Forbidden Friendship bodies. The 4 Wolverines. And then a bunch of spells to put in the yard. I'd actually like it if my spell count was a little higher, to be honest. Cycling Blood and Frostville are pretty easy to put in the yard for 1 mana. And then Gust, 2 Rock Slides, and Anticipate, 2 Scatters, 2 Friendships. So I do have spells. There's really, almost none on my board. I could put in, 1 Keeping Snare maybe to have 1 more spell, but It's not like 3 mana 3/2 is unplayable. So I figure whatever, we'll get it double strike more often than not. Oh, blue-red spells is definitely a good archetype. I think you can pretty much draft all the archetypes in this format. Like, if you get a good black-white humans, or a good blue-red spells, or a good red-white cycling, or a good green X or blue X or green-blue mutate, like, all of these decks are fine. It's really just about it being open and getting the right cards like it usually is. Well, we got a long ways to go for number 1 Mythic. I mean, it will climb if I start playing it on stream. When I play it watching TV at night, it does not climb. But nowhere near number 1. Ikoria seems fine, fun enough for 3 months, not an all-time great to me. Companion's a huge problem. The removal is good. I like mutate and cycling. I'm not a serious tryhard most of the time. I don't get these people who think, like, Magic is all about winning. It's like, yes, the strategy part of the game is trying to be as efficient as possible to win the game you're playing. But Magic is all about fun. That's the primary goal of any Magic player should be derive as much enjoyment as possible from Magic, not to win as often as possible. Like, why are you playing the game? It's a game. You're not late, Faders. You didn't miss the draft. This is a draft from off stream. We're nowhere near 3 spells, so I'm just going to make the trade. I mean, I guess Gust is 2, but I want to play Ceratops this turn. A Death Toucher can take out Ceratops even after it grows. I see no reason to trade Stinger for a 1/2, so I'm not going to attack into the double block here. Hey, what's up, Petter? What's great in Limited? I don't know. Limited itself? I think almost all these archetypes are perfectly draftable. Like, I would rather be the only one playing black-white humans, or red-white cycling, or blue-red spells, or green-blue mutate, than really fight for an archetype. I think basically in this format you can draft whatever. I mean, you're probably going to lose to somebody if they have a good companion anyway. The companions are so gross. I mean, it's usually the case. People are always obsessed with, like, the best color or the best common. The cards don't do that much, like, more and less than the other cards generally. I mean, if we're not talking about, like, Dream Trawlers and Super Broken Rares. And, like, it doesn't matter what color a card is. That's just a mana symbol. What matters is what the card does. Normally, in almost all formats, it's going to be better to be one of, like, you know, to be the only one at the table playing an archetype than to be one of 3 playing a different archetype. It is extremely rare that that's not going to be the case. What's up, Rachel? Well, stay here, Petter, and you'll hear it again multiple times today. Let's see, they call flying or hexproof. Hexproof. So I don't want to bounce the shark, so maybe we'll rock slide that since we can't hit the Wingfield Petron. Terron. I don't know how to say that. Whatever. What can we attack with? The Wolverine will be a 3/2 double strike. It can trade with the Wingfold here. I can't send the Ceratops as a 3/4 because then they could just double block it. And I would trade the Ceratops for the Wingfold, but I don't want to trade it for a Scorpion. So I think this turn we're going to rock slide the 4/3 because that's not one we're looking to bounce. And then I'll attack with just the Wolverine because if they trade it for the Wingfold, that's good for me. If they chump, because it clears the way for everything else. If they chump it, cool. And if they take 6, cool. Oh, I repeat myself a ton. But usually not to the same person directly. The thing about a stream, you got to remember, even if it always says 1,000 viewers, people are constantly in and out. It's a different 1,000. It's the same 100 of, like, 3 hours apart. The number might say 1,000 the whole time, but it's only 150 people who have been there the whole time, and there's 850 that weren't there 3 hours ago. Oh, I know. It's not an insult. I'm just explaining, like, you know, if we have a one-on-one conversation about a subject, I'm not going to repeat myself that much over the same hour or whatever talking to you. But when you're running a stream, it's completely different. Wishful thinking, I guess, not the wall inspector. Yeah, you know, I saw hers and I thought it was really cool, so I decided to copy it. Rachel, have you gotten to watch any of her Animal Crossing? I don't personally play Animal Crossing, but like I know she's super passionate about it, so I was happy that she started streaming. Something about bells and turnips. That does sound like Animal Crossing. Yeah, I'm on a medium not feeling great day. I think I just have like some kind of indoor allergies like cats or dust or whatever. And I think they normally are pretty minor and don't bother me much because I'm not somebody who spends that much time in my house aside from sleeping. But now that we're all quarantining, I've been in the house like, 23 hours a day every day. So I've just been like sniffling a little more and sneezing a little more and stuff. The stock market. I assume that's Animal Crossing stock or whatever. Okay, bouncing Scorpion is kind of embarrassing, but I really just want to cycle this card. If I get the Ceratops to 6, it could be a game-winning threat. They're down to 1 card in hand. We're not going to get to use Gust of Wind as a tempo play, and I'm not going to hold on to it forever, hoping they play a token. And that said, I'll still attack with everything here. If they want to eat a 1-1 and take 5, I'm cool with that. Otherwise, they can bounce with the Ceratops and take 2. So, I mean, effectively, they probably should eat a 1-1 and take 5, or they bounce with the Ceratops and take 2. But I'm throwing away a 1-1 and deal 5 damage. I mean, look, I don't expect to really beat them with this damage. They're about to play a 1-2, but it's 5 damage for a 1-1. Who cares? Well, I'm not super happy about how that went. I mean, obviously there was no way for me to put the last card in their hand as Heartless Act. But I could keep growing this, and then it wouldn't die necessarily like the way it did, because that removes 3 counters. But that said, I'm also kind of out of steam. It's not like I was about to draw 1 more spell and get out of range. So what are you going to do? Plus, I just had no idea they had Heartless Act in hand there. Because if it was a normal removal spell, I don't care about these 1-1s. A normal removal spell would just kill Ceratops. The reason it played out that way was because specifically Heartless Act. I don't see how I'm getting in anytime soon. Let's cycle this. I don't have any Cathartic Reunions, but I do have card drawing, so I'm just going to hold one land. Yeah, Hexproof's about the worst. No doubt about it. I like both. I don't know which I like more. I like analyzing Magic. Like, I like commentating and explaining what I'm doing and talking about the plays and decisions with y'all, and I like doing it over other people's. I mean, playing is also analyzing Magic, because you're thinking about everything going on and then making decisions. I'm not somebody who needs that, like, executive power, so to speak. Like, if I analyze a game state and then get to choose what to do, or I analyze a game state and then somebody else chooses and does whatever, it's kind of the same difference to me. The part I really enjoy is analyzing the game state. Trying to find the best plays possible, trying to understand what's in my opponent's hand based on what they've done, trying to gather as much information and strategize as much as possible. I say this all the time. Like, most pro Magic players obviously like analysis, but are probably competitors first. They want to get in the ring. They want to hold a trophy or whatever. I obviously like winning. I like holding a trophy. But I'm definitely like an analyst first and a competitor second. And I think most pro Magic players are probably competitors first and analysts second. So let's see. We can mutate onto the 1/1 and then we get a rummage, or we can just play it. Seems like practically draw a card since this island is dead. Plus we'll have one more mana to work with. So let's mutate, discard this island, see what we get. Hopefully something we can cast. Yeah, it's not the worst. I'm clearly not in a position to race here. Oh, I'm just dead to the... Oh, no, I have the reach creature, yeah. So I need to have 2 blockers. I'm not worried about losing if they top deck a removal spell or bounce spell. Because, I mean, if they get rid of the Cloud Piercer, I die even if I leave 3 blockers back anyway. So we'll just hold back these. If they want to attack with both, I'll happily chump a 3/6 with a 1/1, and then my 5/4... Oh, I forgot the Glimmer Bell. Ugh. Mutate is so bad for this. Well, we can start the punt counter off early today. It wouldn't have been wrong in theory to attack with 2, but they just ate one of them for 1 point of damage. That was obviously wrong. Okay, well, Great Shark is good to draw on a stalemate. They have a hexproof dino, and then the Great Horn is flying because it's actually a Glimmer Bell, which is why it untapped and ate a 1/1, because I forgot about that. So I'll counter any good creature, but a 5/4 can't really even start attacking into a 3/6, so I'm not countering a 1/3. That doesn't change this board. I do have Cardboard Live open. Oh, wait, I have to update it. Maybe that's why it's not working. Hold on, I'm updating Cardboard Live now. Okay, I'll Rock Slide away the Great Horn. I don't really have to hold the Great Shark. I mean, sorry, I have the Great Shark, so I don't have to hold the Rock Slide. It's not like if they play some better creature, I'm going to be like, wow, I wish I had my Rock Slide. Well, I'll just Great Shark it. So that works out all right. And this means if they draw removal, I don't die. If they draw removal, I can always flash in the Great Shark. I'm not going to counter a 2/2, though. That doesn't break open this board at all. I'll counter anything big, flying, powerful, but on board, if they attack with all 3, it's like 1/1 on 3/6, 5/4, eats 2/2, like I'm still good. So there's no need to counter that. I have plenty of mana, so let's anticipate. This is a close one. I think I want to start poking them in the air. I don't actually have that many spells left, so it's not like the Ceratops is going to grow to be enormous or anything. We have 7 mana, too, so I can play this and still have my Great Shark up. If they draw removal, I can't save the Cloud Piercer, but I can just play the Voracious Great Shark, and then it's 1/1 on 3/6, Great Shark eats 2/2, take 1. Hey, thanks for the raid going optimal. Appreciate the support. Okay, that clearly is a card I want to cast, not cycle, because it'll grow this flyer here. Unfortunately, I can't fight the hexproof creature, but I don't think I need to save it for their next creature, because I have Great Shark for that anyway. So what I think I'm going to do is just randomly fight off this Otter, because it's a little scarier than the Naturalist. This doesn't seem like good value on the Go for Blood. That's because it's not. But it doubles the clock because my 1/1 flyer grows to a 2/2 flyer. So that's the main reason I played it there. I don't think we're drawing 8 more cards. We have 12 left in our library. Let's just cycle the Ominous Seas. Busted on turn 2, but not too useful in the late game. So now we'll be Essence Scattering the next creature. even if it's not a good one, because again, that grows our clock. Now they die in 3 attacks instead of 5. And of course, I still have Great Shark for the next creature, so it's not like I need to be judicious with my Essence Scatter here. That's why I played it. Grow the Dragon. Oh, you're saying this card, the Ominous Seas? Yeah, I'm not going to play it for no effect. I mean, look, the Go for Blood, I mean, it wasn't great, but I killed an Otter. I still killed a 3-mana 2/2 that could draw them cards, and I'm at 3 life. I'm not going to play it over cycling it for 0 effect. That's a little different than killing a 2/2. Thank you, BW. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks for the 14 months of support. Now I wouldn't counter a random ground creature. I would counter a flyer, because they're dead in 2 to the door. Well, I can't do anything about that, right? This only counters artifacts and creatures. Unfortunate. Still have 9 cards left. Hopefully I won't deck. I doubt they're going to have an artifact, so since I have no Spells Matters cards out right now, I'll definitely be Voracious Great Sharking before I Essence Scatter. Get my 5/4 in play. They have 13, I have 9. I have drawn a lot of lands. I definitely have spells left. I don't know that I'll be able to close or not, but with them at 6, I assume I stand a pretty good chance. Obviously, with me at 3 and them having a menace creature, it's not the easiest in the world. I mean, if I'm not trying to play around any more removal, I could attack with the 2 5/4s. Well, I guess they're just dead on board right now, actually. Assuming they have nothing. I die if they have removal, but I doubt they're holding removal. They would have used it on my Cloud Piercer ages ago. I can scatter a flash creature. I guess I'm going for it. I think they're dead. Good stuff. You chicken. I'm not chicken. I went for it. Don't call me chicken. I eat chicken. Okay, it's a funny looking hand, but it's a good one. We've got a 2-drop and then a bunch of creatures. Hopefully we'll draw some spells and get those turned on. Oh, the Shark is awesome, yeah. Voracious Great Shark is a fantastic card. Easy first pick. This is a carryover. It's best of 1. We'll be in the next draft in like 30 minutes. I mean, they can't control who's on looking for games, you know? And you don't want to wait too long on the pairing algorithm. Obviously, I'd rather play Mythics, but it's not that big of a deal. I think I'm just going to trade. I don't really have any plans for these 1/1s. While I recognize they can buy the bug back, they could also start growing the bug every turn. And I don't really want to have to deal with it as some kind of giant lifelinker. And you can't race lifelinkers, and my 1/1s weren't going to attack past this 1/3 anyway. It's not like I'm holding mutate creatures and I need the 1/1 dino out. Heck, if I get these double strike, I'd rather mutate on these and have a 5/4 double striker. So they can grow it again, it'll be a 4/3. So I'm okay for next turn, I think. I could fight Mentor, which obviously would be better than fighting Boot Nipper. I don't particularly want to do that instead of casting a Wolverine this turn, though. think I'm just going to attack and play a Wolverine. I'm going to have to work through this dart anyway. I want to be a little more mana efficient. If I draw a land, I might play Go for the Blood and third Wolverine in the same turn. Though I can't ultimately race Lifelinkers, it's kind of like a who cares right now. I'm at 20, they're at 22. For now, I just want to be mana efficient first and foremost. It's not even the first draft. It's draft 0. Since the best of ones are a little faster, I'm still going to do 3 drafts after this and play them through. This is bonus time. I do not feel bad for the bronze player. I do not feel good about it or bad about it. It's just a pairing. Who cares? Alright, I think I'm going to kill the Boot Nipper. If there's nothing to grow, the Boot Nipper's a little scarier than the Duskfang Mentor. Remember, even if I killed the Fang Mentor, they could grow the Boot Nipper right now, so it's a 3-2 lifelink. And then, of course, I can always fight off the Mentor with a Wolverine, which will be the third spell, and turn the Wolverines on. Even if there's no targets for the Go for Blood that work, I can always just cycle it to turn the Wolverines on. Heck, you can even kind of get them as a trick that way. I definitely will switch to the best of 3. I just wanted to work on my Mythic ranking a little bit first. My goal is to get to top 100 by the end of tomorrow. Very nice, T-Bone. Okay, so we can leave Great Shark up, or we can play Wolverine, but we don't have 2 red, so we can't play Wolverine and Go for Blood. I don't really need to Great Shark a 2-2 here, and we have Capture Spear if they resolve something good. I think we just want to get the Wolverine out. I'm not going to play the island in case they have the black Menace discard mutate creature. I don't want to discard any of these fine spells. I'd much rather trash this island. I like best of 3 more than best of 1, but I also like ranked more than unranked. It's mostly about humans. Like, I will not be on Magic Online for Ikoria, period, at all. Not even in consideration. Now we have humans in the better program. We have a reasonable best of 3 unranked. We have a reasonable best of 1 ranked. I like both. I'll be playing both. Cardboard updated. I'm going to close it and open it. Hopefully it'll be working now. Thanks for subscribing, T-Bone Malone. Appreciate the support and the cool rhyming name. Okay, so I don't actually see a reason to Forbidden Friendship. I think right now I can attack, and if they block, I can just have the Wolverine fight the Dusk Mentor and turn on that way, and that looks pretty good. The other Wolverine. If they take it, I probably won't do that. I'll just leave up Great Shark. It's worth missing 3 points of damage to be able to Great Shark a good creature they might play on their turn. But if they block, then I will go for blood this Wolverine and that Duskfang. We still have Capture Sphere for a big creature. Oh, it's a sorcery. What am I saying? Alright, I'll just cycle it then. Who cares about killing a 1-3? Yeah, losing my mind, sorry. The bad part about this play was now I can't Voracious Great Shark. I don't really care about this 1-3, like it's literally doing nothing. But now I can't Great Shark a creature, which would be really nice. But I'll capture Sphere this turn. Especially a Coil Bug, since you can't counter that and it keeps coming back anyway. And now we're right where we want to be. We'll leave up the Great Shark. And this should be lethal unless they have a removal. A creature gets countered, a creature gets killed and bounced. Even if they don't play anything, end of turn, I'll just play the 5/4. Because we're already presenting lethal. And since I can remove Duskfang Mentor, they actually have to kill 2 of my creatures here to live. So they're pretty much dead. I don't know anything about the matchmaking algorithm, but nobody wants to wait in the queue for that long. I don't mind. Just throw at me whoever you're going to throw at me. Well, this is another pretty beautiful hand. We can Dorat, and then we have like Wolverine and Cloudpiercer and Friendship. I mean, all these cards work well together. We still need to draw some more spells. Like I said, my count's not that low or that high. I think I have like 8 or 9 non-creatures. Yeah, Karuga's scary. I can't do anything about that. I do want to get the Seize on early, but not before I grow Dorat. I think I'm going to play the Dorat first here. Obviously, every spell you play after it is really important. They get some PT experience, right? One of my main strategies for getting better at Magic back in the day was to go to Grand Prix so I could team draft against the pros. You know, you get better by playing against better people and paying attention and thinking about what they're doing. Intelligence is the ability to learn, not the ability to already know. Like, you have to expose yourself to good information in order to learn. Alright, now I am going to play the Ominous Seas, even though it's a pretty bad turn. It takes a while to tick up. So you got to get it out first, so every time you draw a card, it gets one of those free natural counters. If we're able to resolve the mission and hit, that'll be pretty strong, because then we'll be getting 2 counters instead of 1 in turn on the Seas for now. Also, when we even discard and then draw, that'll trigger that too. It's still drawing a card. Alright, with 1 blue, I don't think there's anything they can do, so this turn looks pretty easy. Even though I want to get the Ceratops out, this is like, I'm getting a card right now, and I'm getting an extra counter on the Ominous Seas right now. So, I mean, even though I do want to get the Ceratops out before I play all my spells, I'm playing Reconnaissance Mission this turn. It's also important to grow. I mean, it wasn't necessary this turn, but I do want to keep them off Empathy as best as I can. It's just a good concept for life. Insecure people don't get better, you know, unfortunately, because, you know, they want to be the best in their group or things like that. You know, my philosophy is surround yourself with the smartest people you can, engage them, discuss everything, debate everything, think about what they say, you know. You don't have to change your opinion on the spot, but you can always learn from analyzing and think about what was said to you and learn from good conversations. That's how you get better at Magic. That's how you find the right answers in life. Okay, this turn I do want to get the Ceratops out before I play more spells, so I'm going to go ahead and take this turn off and play it. Well, then you got to grind the free-to-play Ragnarok. I know Magic's not cheap. I mean, look, I've been there. Like I said, yeah, my accounts are infinite now, and I do all right now, but I started playing Magic when I was 11 years old. I mean, Again, I don't compare this to the real hardship stories. This was to buy a card game. My family's middle class. You know, my mom's a teacher. Like, we weren't rich, we weren't poor. But I'm not kidding. I used to literally just not eat lunch in school on purpose. Not because I was starving. There was infinite food in my house. But so I could keep the couple bucks my mom gave me for lunch to buy Magic cards with. Why? Because I was 12 and I had no money. Like, you know, it's not because my life was so hard, but because I had no money because I was 12. Like, I definitely get it, you know. Like, you got to do what you got to do financially, you know. But I'm just saying. Primal Empathy is really powerful. Primal Empathy draws 2 cards a turn for 3 mana or grows your creatures. Drawing cards is obviously better, but even if you're just getting a +1/+1 every turn, that's still pretty good. Alright, so we need to grow this twice for it to be able to profitably attack. So I think it's worth anticipating. If we see something really good, I'll take that. If not, I'll take a land, and then I can cast the Friendship. Scatter will grow it too, even if it won't grow it right now. And this game's going long. I think Scatter's too good of a card to not take. So now I'm not going to send Ceratops. But we could send the Flyer. Well, we can't because they're tapping it. We would have otherwise. So not a great turn, but again, like, we pick up another good card. This game's going nowhere fast. Just position ourselves. Ominous Seas is going to start making 8/8 soon. I'd love to scatter Karuga. It's going to draw 3 cards if they play it right now. But they may wait even longer. Also, I mean, I might rather scatter a Flyer or something game-breaking. We'll see how the game progresses. Like I said, this game isn't really going anywhere fast. Can't control who's in the queue, y'all. You don't just play all other mythics when you're mythic. It tries to pair you against a mythic, and if it can't find one, it tries to pair you against a diamond, and if it can't find one, it tries to pair you against a platinum, and so on. The rating system does account for that, I think. Like, I think you get less ranking jumps. You lose more, you gain and you gain less, depending on the ranking differential. I only need to hold 1 land for the Piercer, but I'm going to keep up Scatter now. I'll scatter anything good, not just Karuga. While you never want to see your opponent draw 4 cards, it's really not, like, as devastating as just any other good flyer or big creature right now. Can't really let them get more out. I'm not that worried about getting swarmed, though, even with the cycle tap ability. It looks worse than it is. Next turn, I can make 4 creatures if I want to. Yep, and that qualifies. They already have a Vigilance creature out. I'm scattering that for sure. Well, looks like the opponent wasn't going to allow that. At least they don't have a mana to tap something with Farfinder this turn, though. I might almost be able to kill them. If I Cloud Piercer on the Dorat, it becomes a 5/4 plus the counters. So that's 5, 7, 8, 9 are in the air. So then I need 3 to get through on the ground. This is going to be a 6-power Trampler. And then I'm going to have the 1/1 humans don't have haste, the dinos do. So this is actually pretty close. Unfortunately, I can't do all of that and Rock Slide, but I assume I don't have lethal. If I attack, this puts them to 3 in the air if I go land, Friendship, Cloud Piercer on the Dorat. And then I can also attack with the 2/1/1s, the Wolverine and the Ceratops. Let's just assume for the second that they let the 2/1/1s through, they'd be at 1. And then they have plenty of toughness to put on my creature. So that's not going to be lethal. So I think, that said, we pretty clearly want to Rock Slide away this Felidar. And then I guess, if I make this a 6/7, I can attack with that and the Wolverine. They can kill the Ceratops by triple blocking it, but I'll kill 2 of their creatures. Or they can kill the Wolverine by putting the 3/4 in front of it, but then they can't block and kill the Ceratops. Looks like the opponent agrees. I mean, I knew we were in pretty good shape there, but I wasn't expecting a concession. I would have attacked with both, and then their choice would have been like triple block the 6/7, losing 2 of their creatures, and then I draw 2 cards from the double strike off the Wolverine and put them pretty low. Or they could put like the 3/4 in front of the Wolverine to trade, and then I hit with the 6/7 Ceratops and put them low and draw a card. Basically, they had a good block on either the Ceratops or the Wolverine, but not both. Okay, I kept this 1-lander on the draw because we have cheap cards as well as Go for Blood. Even though I drew the land right away, I'm still going to cycle Go for Blood. It's not like it's some great unconditional removal spell. 1-lander on the draw with a 1-mana cycler and a 2-mana card. And then if we find an island, this can go get another land. I mean, I'm not that many lands away from, like, doing everything I want, right? Another Karuga. Another silver? Yeah, but another Karuga. But I have a pretty good hand again. If we draw 1 island, this hand's pretty sweet. We get to go Wolverine, Ceratops. Then we can turn on the Wolverine and pump the Ceratops twice. Kind of felt like working on my Mythic ranking. I casually hit Mythic over the weekend or whatever, but I was like 900th ranked or something. So I was like, let me play on stream, focus. Actually, you know, try my best to win and work on my Mythic ranking. Okay, this turn, I think we clearly attack with these 2 and play Wolverine. We can always cycle to try and dig up the island next turn, and that will turn on the Wolverine, so we're now threatening with a 3/2 double striker. Also, even though this is only about an even trade, it's a good trade because they have Karuga. So if they have to trade off a 3 toughness, a 3 casting cost creature, then that makes Karuga worse. Companions are the opposite of noob traps, Fluffy Face. Companions are incredibly powerful. On the CFB live coverage stream on Sunday, I did a draft because we didn't really have anyone to cover. I drafted Karuga and I 7-0'd. Like, all the companions are just, you're up a card. It's just awesome to be up a card. I don't know why I would look like I've been up 10 days in a row. I'm feeling a little sick today, which I think is allergies. But I slept fine. And I've been sleeping fine, actually. I mean, I haven't had a haircut in months, but, you know. Quarantine life. I don't really care, but, you know, I know people like to tell streamers how they look. You know, you can say whatever, but I'm not vain at all. I don't really care about my looks at all. Like, you know, I don't need compliments or, like, disses out of. Like, I really couldn't care less what I look like. As you may have noticed by the fact that I never comb my hair. I shave when it starts to itch. I wear all sweatpants and t-shirts. Like, the looks thing is lost here. Like, come for the analysis, not the beautiful hair. All right, let's see. We got the island. We could Cloud Piercer and still cycle the 1-mana cycler this turn. We don't have anything we want to discard, though. They've got, what, 8? Oh, thanks, Niflgrim. They've got 8 power and toughness. I don't really want to trade the Ceratops. I would happily trade the Wolverine for 2 of their creatures. I could also, let's see, if they deal 8, what if I put the Cloud Piercer on the Wolverine, then I can give it double strike at instant speed, and that might be kind of awesome. I don't want to discard this land, though. Like, I could play Cloud Piercer and discard the land. If this was a mountain, I would snap do it. Do I want to discard my only island? I guess I can. I mean, this cycles for a colorless, and then I can always play Anticipate later. It is pretty good. Well, if I cycle cycle first and then play the island, you're saying? Well, then they know this has double strike. It's probably not right. I'll just get double strike however I get it. I think I want to play the island. I'm going to attack with the Wolverine. If they block with 2 things, cool. If they block with 1 thing, then obviously I'll do something so that the Wolverine eats it. Wow, they only blocked with 1 thing? Okay, well, I didn't really even expect them to do that, but just cycle the ambush now and turn it on. Okay, cool. And even though it's post-combat, it's not as pretty. I don't mind. I'll Cloud Piercer and discard this island now. I'm just going to suit up the 1/1 Dino. The Double Striker and the Ceratops are already good threats. I want to diversify. They still have a bunch of cards in hand. Just ignore them. This is a good policy for on-stream, off-stream when you're playing what I'm playing. Never listen to your opponent. Like, I don't care if they tell me they're happy or they're go, or if they spam nice, or they tell me good game. Like, when you're playing a strategy game against somebody, you shouldn't be really listening to them. You know, like they're not, you know, like they don't have my best interest at heart necessarily. Maybe they're irritated. Maybe they're trying to rush me so I make a worse play. Maybe they just have to go somewhere and they just legitimately really want to finish the match quicker. But ultimately, I don't really listen to my opponent. Like I'm going to think about what I want to think about. I'm going to explain what I want to explain if I'm making content, and I'm going to make my play. So who cares what your opponent says or does when you're playing an opponent in a game of Magic, live, online, whatever. It's similar to, like, a stranger insulting you on the street. Like, if somebody calls me dumb on the street, like, it doesn't make me feel dumb. Like, they don't even know me. What they're really saying is they're unhappy with me. Okay, like, I'm sorry you're unhappy today. Like, that's your business, not, you know, like, I don't care. Like, really should only take things to heart when it's somebody with your interest at mind and somebody you know and respect. You know? Like, if a stranger's saying something to you, like, who cares what they say? Okay, so anyways, what do we want to do now? We want to attack with all of our good creatures. There's no way we're going to send the 1/1. It'll just get eaten by something. So first, let's anticipate, because we might get a Rock Slide or something that changes our play. Nothing there. Now we have to play Friendship so that we can grow the Ceratops. And we don't have any more spells or card drawing in hand. So if they want to trade off with the Ceratops, I'm cool with that. And now I'm just going to send my 3 good attackers. Well said, XO, exactly. I don't share time with my opponent. I've got my rope, I've got my clock, whatever. I'll use it how I see fit. And listen, to be fair to them, they don't know I'm making content necessarily, you know, they didn't sign up for that. Like, so, you know, obviously I play a lot faster when I'm not, but again, 1,100 people are watching. The Magic community benefits a lot from content, I think. So it's just a trade-off. So, you know, there's no reason to have emotions involved in it. It's, you know, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I'm going to ignore them because they're my opponent, and I have my rope in time. The trade wasn't bad because the Ceratops can grow. I don't necessarily like them taking 11 there. I'm not sure what their plan for next turn is. If they're holding 2 removal, like there's 1, that play could have definitely been correct. I mean, they might have wanted to double block with the Gnar and the Frostlings, but Karuga already did its draw card ability. Now it's just a 5/4. If they've got a decent amount of mutate in their deck, they may want to mutate onto the Gnar and make more 3/3s. So it's not like their play was necessarily optimal, but it wasn't necessarily bad either. It just really depends on their deck. I think I'm going to attack with everything. They can't eat 2 1/1s if they don't have anything, because then they would take 6. If they double block Cloud Piercer, cool. Then I get in a bunch of damage. I'm not saying they won't have anything, but there's not a lot for blue-blue-green in this format. The Bounce Spell is a 4-mana sorcery. I mean, there's the green fight card, so to speak, the Bite, but that's only going to kill 1/1/1. It's not changing things a ton here. They may have +3/+3 here, but again, I got in 2 extra damage at the cost of sacking a 1/1. If I send just the 5/4, then the same thing happens, and the difference is they're 2 life higher and I have an extra 1/1 out. Who cares? Oh, yeah. No, they can't play 2 mana cards. You're 100% right. Which is actually very relevant to think about, something I need to train myself better. That's a really good point, Lambos through history. With Companion being a brand new mechanic, I don't have myself well trained yet for the restrictions. You know, like in my head, I always process all the likely commons they could have. Like in my head, there's, you know, the Bite, and there's Ram Through, I think it's called, and Essence Scatter, and these are the cards that are running through my mind when I'm playing against a blue-green and they have 2-up. But of course, they had Karuga in the companion slot, which means they can't play cards that cost less than 2. So Ram Through and Essence Scatter are cards that cannot be in their deck. That's a really good point, Lambos Through History. No, Double Strike doesn't work in a fight, nor does First Strike. It's just however much damage it is. So, Kogla's pretty broken. Looks like the opponent's going to stabilize here at 4. We're certainly going to lose if we keep drawing lands. Certainly we can win. I could draw like the 1/1 flyer that grows and then a spell that grows it and whatever. But if we don't see some good stuff quick, we are definitely falling behind here. Yeah, Kogla's a total broken S tier, just sick rare. I don't think not blocking gives me an out with these 1/1s. Kogla, the one thing it doesn't have is trample, so let's chump the 7 and see if we can draw something good here. A 2/2 is not getting us out of this. I know if I play it, I could double chump, and if I cycle it, I'm dead on board, but who cares? Double chump, go to 1 is not a winning formula. Let's see if we can draw a big card or removal. Alright, that's not the worst. They're probably not going to play a creature pre-combat, but if they attack with everything and the 2 cards in their hand are land, we actually have a chance to steal the game here. If they play a creature post-combat, then of course the Shark's not going to lethal them, but... Oh, no, wait. The Great Horn has Vigilance. So we can't kill it with the Great Shark, because if we block Kogla with the 1/1, Great Shark on the Great Horn, we take exactly 9. So we're 1 point short of having, like, lethal. If we were at 10 life, we could go 1/1 on Kogla, 5/4 on 3/4, take 9 on tap and attack for 5, assuming they don't have anything. We can't do that because we'll be dead on board, though. So we have to block the 4/3, which kills the 5/4. So I don't know if we have any outs after that. But I don't really have a choice. 1 point short, sadly. That was a good game. Flooded a little, but I discarded a land to the 5/4, right? So I think we did everything we could. That was a nice comeback by them. That was a good game. Well, we have a 1-lander on the play this time, but we have 2 cyclers and a 2-mana card. I'm keeping. Who am I kidding? I could pretend like I'm thinking about mulliganing, but we know I'm going to keep this. So I'm going to cycle the fight spell first, because if we do draw a couple straight lands, I might play the 2-mana 2/2. I probably won't, but you never know. Okay, even though it's nice to put out a 2/2 and start attacking, we need to hit lands way more. So now I'm going to pass. If they play a decent creature, we'll scatter it. If they do nothing, end of their turn, I'll cycle Drannith Stinger. Try and dig up lands for Wolverine and Ceratops, my good cards. I won't scatter like a 2-mana 2/2 here. Like, I would scatter Drannith Stinger or like Save Thundermare, but I wouldn't scatter just like the white 2-mana 2/2 that gains life or something like that, because I really do want to make my land drops, so there's pretty substantial value in cycling now. Okay, so we have lands. I think I'm playing like 15 or 16, I forget. We can take a look after this game. Okay, they're tapped out. Do I Ceratops or Mission? This is on 1. I think I'm going to Mission. Ceratops is going to miss out on growing a lot this way, but I'm drawing cards right now. How do you ever pass up on free resources? This was a close play between Ceratops and Mission, but at the end of the day, I just want to start drawing cards. Well, I'm about to take 10. This is rough. No great options here. I can't even capture Spear those, really. It'll tap it for a turn, but then the Spear falls off when they're no longer a creature. I mean, I can Gust one. Then they have to play it and have a Cycler. But Cyclers cost 1 to 2 anyway. Oh, well, thanks, random user. That might be the first time I've ever got a compliment on my audio quality, but I appreciate it. Don't really have great options. I guess. I can play Ceratops and double, but I'm losing both. It's so bad. I think I'm going to Gust. If I find a 1-mana Cycler, I can turn on the Wolverine. If not, hopefully they don't have, like, land and 2-mana Cycler or 1-mana Cycler. I'm probably going to die, but I think it's worth it. Like, I couldn't double block. Like, that's not a game I'm winning. Maybe they don't have, like, Cycler in hand, or land and Cycler, or land and 2-mana Cycler, or whatever. These things even have Trample. Like, this is going to be tough. You can't counter Cycling, no. And we dead. Hey, 6-foot gnome. I think the next draft guide I write for CFB is going to be on blue-red cycling, because I've drafted it a whole bunch of times and had a lot of success with it. So I got you. You probably can stifle cycling, but you cannot counter it, no. Hey, see, we're going to play a Mythic now. Those things get haste. Yeah, they're 5/4 hastes. Whoa, 0 lands? Yuck. I've been keeping all these 1-landers, but I can't keep a 0-lander. Alright, pretty easy put back of Cloud Piercer. It costs 4. We have a 2-lander, 2 Wolverines, 2 spells. Pretty good hand, assuming we draw, like, lands and a spell. If we draw, like, 1 land and then a 1-mana Cycler to get up the last land, that would be good. Because we have Rock Slide once we hit 4. Yeah, the 5/4 enchantment is really good in the cycling deck. I like that card a lot. If you play it on turn 4, and then you cycle a 1-mana card, you effectively paid 3 mana or 4 mana for a 5/4 haste trample. I think giving that card trample might have been a little too much. Haste is fine, but I don't know if they realized how good it was going to be. I probably wouldn't have given that card trample if I were Wizards. Alright, let's see. They have a black open, so they might have the 4-mana removal spell. If not, they probably have more counters. So I'm not playing Cloud Piercer first. That's fine. A 5-power creature. Oh, I have to put it on the Wolverine or nothing now. Well, I have to play this as a mutate here because I really want to discard this island. That's practically drawing a card. I keep Double Strike, so I'll discard the island, I'll upgrade the Double Striker, and then we'll see. Hopefully they don't have removal. Still have a good game ahead of us, potentially. I see no reason to do anything this turn aside from add to the board. I want that out before the Rock Slide. Okay, well, now I'll attack with both. If they want to eat a 1/1 to go to 3, I'm cool with that. If they had, like, real removal mana up, I wouldn't make this play. because I wouldn't want them to use the removal on the Cloud Piercer, but I'm definitely cool with them eating a 1/1 to go to 3 life. That seems favorable. So lands allow us to Rock Slide off this Crustacean. Spells allow us to turn on this Wolverine. We're not really a cycling deck, even though we have a decent amount, so I think we want to cycle that. Cycle is the GOAT. It's my favorite mechanic of all time. It's the literal Billy Goat. So now we have decisions. If I Rock Slide the 4/3 and they don't have anything, they can't take either attacker, so they're forced to chump block with the Sovereign. So that's really good for me. But if they have something, I might really regret killing the boar instead of the Sovereign or the 1/6. But I mean, there's no reason to put this card as anything, right? I mean, it could be, it could not be. Because if they have nothing, I can attack with both. This 1/1 has to jump in front of one of these for them not to die. So we effectively kill 2 creatures with that Rock Slide there. The Sovereign and the Boar. Sorry, Mike McMuffin. Okay. Well, I could Rock Slide to turn on Double Strike, or just Rock Slide post-combat, but I don't think I need to do that. If they play a creature, I'm going to scatter it. And then this has Double Strike already, because that's the 3rd spell, and this is a Wolverine that got mutated. So now if we draw a land, of course, we'll just Rock Slide for 6 and take the win. But if not, now they have to chump block. Well, which one is the small one? Oh, yeah, because this was a Wolverine too. Yeah, they pacified the wrong one. They were probably looking at this as a 5/4. They probably forgot it was a Wolverine. I've made that mistake plenty of times with Mutate. It's tricky. It would have been a close call between the 3/2 soon-to-be Double Strike and a 5/4. But obviously this is a 5/4 Double Strike, so they did do the wrong one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Arena also shows that it can on-tap, but I attacked into a Bell that was mutated onto 2 games ago because I forgot it was a Bell. Just because Arena shows it doesn't mean you're always going to know. I mean, you know, you're processing everything going on in a game of Magic. You make mistakes, right? If you don't, you're a true rock star, because I know I make a lot of mistakes. I had another fine hand. We're looking for spells. I'm going to cycle the Stinger again. I would maybe play the Stinger turn 2 if I didn't have the Dorat. But since I do, I'm much more interested in digging up spells or my 4 Wolverines. I currently have I have 1 non-creature to grow it with and no instants or sorceries. So definitely I want to go digging. I would never leave up Scatter in a spot like this. You want your growers out before you play your Scatter if possible. Also, the beauty of counters in Limited is they can fill whatever spot on your curve. So unless you're way ahead, you mostly just want to curve out, and then you can use your counters later. I mean, obviously, if you get a good advantage, like, let's say you had, like, a Thieving Otter out that wasn't being answered, then you'd rather leave up Scatter than play a 4-drop, because all you really want to do is keep hitting with that Otter and drawing 2 cards a turn. But in a normal situation like this game, I want to hit my curve and then have the Scatter later to counter big things, not leave my Scatter up on turn 2 or 3. Okay, again, no real decisions. I need the Ceratops out before I Scatter. I don't want to trade the Wolverine for the Bug, even though it has Vigilance and can grow. If that was a 2/2 Vigilance Grower with Mentor that wasn't a bug, I might trade with it. But since they can get it back from the graveyard, that's not going to be super productive for me. So I'm just going to take it for now. I don't think we're doing anything good on the ground. So I'm going to turn my 1/1 flyer into a 5/4 flyer. Still grows every time I play a spell. We have a mountain we're happy to rummage away. Going to play that island because that was pretty much inevitably going to happen. And for all we know, we may want to have Scatter and Sphere up with 6. Can't block because they'd grow it with the Mentor. Okay, that was bad for me, but I think we can take out this Poacher so they can't sack things and draw cards, especially with the bug. I'm going to do that now while it's tapped. If I attack now and they double block, it's not great, not horrible. But next turn, I can turn this into like a 6/5 Trample Grower. That seems decent. I don't want to get too low, though, because every time a creature of theirs dies, I'm going to get drained for 1. Wow, well, that's a problem. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can go reach, but that's still a problem. Well, I don't think I really have it. Well, I can't take another hit for 3, though. Yes, Deadweight is way worse than usual. You still play it, but it's like a 3rd, 5th pick, not like a 1st through 3rd pick. I mean, I could Cloud Piercer away Scatter and try and draw a land for Friendship. Like, I could Cloud Piercer the Ceratops, which makes it big enough to block any one creature. And then I could, if I draw a land for Friendship, I'm fine. But if I don't draw a land, I'm dead on board. Otherwise, I could cast Cloud Piercer, and then they can attack with just Coilbug, and then I have to, like, block with Cloud Piercer. Or chump with the Pyroceratops. It's pretty bad. Of course, we'll leave a red because we want to be able to at least draw any land and not specifically a mountain. So we really need a land here very badly. Okay. We're not dead yet. It's not looking good, but we're not dead yet. Okay, now we're dead. We were never beating another removal anyway, so no sweat there. Oh yeah, that even has Menace now? Okay, I've had enough. I'm going to refill my water cup, and we're going to get started with a fresh draft. Like I said, we're going to do 3 more drafts, because that was a leftover, and I promised 3 drafts. We're going to do the best of ones, though. They're faster. We'll get in more drafts quicker, and we're going to work on our ranking. Hopefully it'll go up, not down. Let's see. So, the rare is good. More of an A tier than an S tier, but a 4-mana 4/4 trample with cheap mutate and can even kill something. Heartless Act is good, though there are a lot of creatures with counters. It's pretty much just a pick between those. I like Heron and Cloud Piercer, but they're not on those cards level. So do we want Angress here, or do we want Heartless Act? What's up, Bri? I think this is close. I think the mutate creature is probably a little better. I think that's a close pick, but if nothing else, we'll get the rare for science. But you definitely could have took Heartless Act there. I think Heartless Act or Gemrazor Angress here. I think either of those is defensible. I think they're close. The third card in that pack was not close. So your pick should have either been Heartless Act or Gemrazor. Okay, there's no green card we're going to take. So we can take Flourishing Fox. It's really good in cycling, but green isn't really a cycling color in particular. We can take Boon. It's not at its best in a green-blue, but we don't have to play green yet, or we can just splash that. I guess it's just Boon. I mean, this is a pretty weak pack. I like Boon. I mean, this isn't a fast format, but blue-green tends to be like a board presence tempo deck, but that doesn't mean you don't play Boon. Boon is always good, because you can cycle it for 1 mana. Boon's at its best in like a blue control deck like the one we had yesterday, the blue-black control deck. It's kind of at its worst in a blue-green tempo mutate deck. But again, that doesn't mean you don't play it. Mutual Destruction was in consideration. It's a lot better in black-white humans than in black-green, where your creatures tend to be bigger. But you do have some of the little synergy creatures that you can sack. So I like Naturalist more than Wolf Bear, I think. I think this is just Naturalist. Naturalist is really good, I find. Getting ahead on mana in this format is huge, like I keep talking about. Especially green. It's all about like tempo and board presence. I just like getting ahead. Okay, it's Pacifism or Naturalist, and we're not in white yet. I think I'm just going to do another Naturalist. Don't know if we're going to play green-blue or green something else, but I never mind starting with 2 Naturalists, knowing I can draft the big, good green mutate creatures and creatures in general. Now, no consideration for reflection. Although yes, we could have had a good white-red cycling in this draft, like probably better than what we have. But we started with Gemrazor, and then Boon was the clear second choice. So now it's Godzilla or Charge. They're both good, but yeah, I think it's Godzilla because with 2 Naturalists, we're going to be able to cast that. Otter now, over almost nothing. Cutting, meaning like if you take all the cards of a color, the people you're passing to are less likely to play it. It's not really a strategy. It's just something that kind of happens naturally. Like, I never really think, oh, I'm going to take this to cut off a color. It's a good thing if you cut a color, but I wouldn't really think of it that way. We should get the Cocoon. We're going to want as many big mutates as we can with these Naturalists and all of that, but we already have Otter, and we need things to mutate onto. So I find the egg here something that I use when I have like a blue-white mutate or like a blue-black mutate or something. Since green has access to Brushwag and Essence Symbiote, I very rarely play the Mysterious Egg in my green decks. I usually just have better things to mutate onto. But it was over virtually nothing there. Egg is like playable, but like I said, it's worse than Brushwag and Symbiote. Symbiote is the best, Brushwag is second, Egg is third as far as green utility things. Even Fertilid, I'd rather have Fertilid to mutate onto than Egg. It's actually Symbiote 1, like Brushwag and Fertilid are pretty close. Probably Brushwag 2, Fertilid 3, maybe Fertilid 2, Brushwag 3, they're pretty close. Symbiote is like in a league of its own. Symbiote is fantastic. It's just an on-curve bear, and it gains you life, so you don't get tempoed out when they have the bouncer removal. Yeah, this is a draft, like I said, whereas if I was forcing white-red cycling, my deck would be better. But you don't know what's going to come. Like, in retrospect, if I knew what was going to be in every pack, I would have drafted white-red cycling in this draft. But clearly, our first pick, Gemrazor, and the second best card was Heartless Act. And then there was Boon was the best card by a lot. Obviously, you can play it as a one-mana cycler in red-white cycling, but that's not exciting. So, I mean, and we were seeing green, clearly. Remember, we got that Charge Titanic Rex 4th pick. And then we got Otter, like, 5th. The blue Symbiote is excellent. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Essence than the green one. They're pretty close. But the blue one's an uncommon, right? So you don't get that many of them that often. I looked at the Blitz Leech, but I think the egg offers us more if we end up high on mutate and low on enablers. I don't know why I took the land, but there was nothing for me. You never know what you're going to splash. But really, that's a these cards don't matter pick. Do I think Boon is a lot better than the Fox? Boon of the Wishgiver? Before your cycling deck? Yeah. I mean, obviously not from the perspective of, red-white cycling is the best deck, I'm forcing it. But if you're not drafting that way, yeah, I would pick one, pack one Boon over the Fox by a substantial amount. I think I'll let the Felidar. The Naturalist produces mana of any color for creatures. So it's already a pretty much free splash. Like, I have 2 Naturalists already, and there's a lot of fixing in this format, so I don't think it's going to be too hard for me to grab 1 Farfinder, 1 Plains, and have a million sources. Now we'll get Parcel Beast. So we're looking like a Bant. Kind of good late game, not aggressive type of Bant. We got Gemrazor. We got the Felidar, the Parcel Beast, Titanic Rex. I think now with how much late game we have, I think I'd rather have the removal spell than another fatty. I took Godzilla here overcharge last time I faced the exact same pick. That was because we had 2 Naturalists and wanted big things to do. Now we have Rex, Parcel Beast, and Felidar in addition to the Gemrazor, so now I think we want the charge. It felt like a close pick last time. This time I think that's the right choice. Now we can grab the Sandworm here. Easy Dreamtail Heron. So we really just need the enablers. This deck will be busted if I get some Essence Symbiotes. I wouldn't even mind some Brushwags. Sphere better where? I think Titan's Nest is okay, but like Naturalist doesn't produce black for that, only for creatures. Because Pacifism we can't cast off Humble Naturalist. So while we can splash the Felidar really easily, we're not well positioned to splash Pacifism just the same. Greathorn's fine, I'll definitely play it if I get it, but I'm not going to take it over charge. We have a ton of big creatures and card drawing. Charge should be an excellent removal spell in our deck. We're not going to play Fully Grown. This isn't an aggro deck. Remember, 2 of our white sources are Humble Naturalists. So these don't cast Pacifism, but they do cast Frontland Felidar here. So now there's Ramthru and Farfinder, both of which I want. I think Ramthru is the right pick. Again, the only white card we're splashing we can cast off of the Naturalists. Ramthur is good removal. We have a lot of creatures. We're pretty much a heavy green creature deck. It's a close pick, but I think that's the right call. So Mythos of green here. That's got to be better than the boar for us. We'll see if we can pick up a free black source or 2. I know we don't have a way to do that now. Well, we could play 1 white-black duel for the white splash, and then we also have a potential black source for the Mythos. I mean, green was clearly wide open in this pod. Like I said, if I forced red-white cycling, my deck would be better than it is. But green was the open color we were supposed to find. We haven't really seen a ton of blue. But it's not like we would have a better green-white or green-black. The Otter, the Dreamtail Heron, and the Boon offer us more than the white or black cards we've seen. Yeah, Green Mythos is not a broken rare, but it's a good card. For 4 mana, you get back 2. If you kick it, you get to tutor up your best permanent. Like, it's a good card. It's not broken or anything like that. Yeah, you generally want to try and use the companions as companions if you can. I'm not tired. I am having like kind of a bad like allergy type day, but I have tons of energy. I slept fine. We might use this crystal. It's another black source for the Mythos. We do want ramp, and then it's blue and green. It's like 3 colors on for us. We'll have to see what the curve ends up looking like, but I think it's likely we'll play that. I think we're unlikely to play Bristling Boar. Bristling Boar is good if you're like a more of a tempo deck, but this is more of just to overpower you with our massive late game deck. Like, our late game is incredible here. Alright, we can't use this Godzilla. Wow, well this pack has next to nothing for us. This pack sucks for us. Thank you, Iwan Karmaso. Appreciate the subscription. Gem Razor's good, like first pickable. It's definitely not S tier. It's definitely not broken at all. It's just like a good green common. Like that's its power level. Could Facet Reader. I don't really like that card very much. I might take the Blossoming Sands. We do need like another white source, and I don't want to stick a Plains in the deck. I think this is a sad, super sad. I haven't said sad enough times first pick. But we do want the Blossoming Sands, because that gives us 4 white sources, and we do have a white card we want to cast. That's an embarrassingly bad first pick. I'm not happy about it at all. So now we can take any of the 3 green creatures. Do we have any natural trample? We have the Angress. We have the Rex, but that's expensive. Otherwise, what? Sandworm, which we already have in the Rex. I think we actually do want the Great Horn now, maybe. I mean, the Mentor's better than the Great Horn. We can put the Great Horn on the Egg or the Otter. We don't have a lot of early drops to put it on. But we do want the ramp. Easy Otter here, I think. I like Capture Sphere just fine. I think it's pretty good, but I like Otter better. We have Dreamtail to slap on Otter and hit and draw cards. Great Horn, Gem Razor. So many things that make it hard to block. Well, I really need some 2-drops. I mean, I guess the Naturalists are fine, even if I can't mutate onto them for turn 2. But this is an easy Otter. I love Otter. So now it's Fertilid or Wolf Bear. How many humans do we have? 2 1/3s that add mana and curve right out with this and then can attack as 4/4s. Nothing else. And we have bigger, better creatures. I think we just want the Fertilid to mutate onto. Looks like just another Sandworm. I really wish we had seen a single Essence Symbiote this draft. I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't pick those up. Other than that, the deck looks pretty good. I guess now it's a Harsh Mentor. I would play Thornwood Falls for fixing, and I would play Frostville Ambush because I'm an all-creature deck. But Hornbash Mentor just has to be better, I think. Yeah, it's not that we don't have mutate targets. It's that we don't have 2-mana mutate targets to curve out with Great Horns and stuff. Like, I mean, we have 1 egg, which we're going to play. I'm glad we took it, because we're going to play it because we didn't pick up any Symbiotes or Brushwags. Naturalist is an awesome 2-drop, but you can't mutate onto it. But we got the fat. 26, 2 lands, so this is 24. Is this a 16 lander? Yeah, maybe. We have the crystal, we have the two naturalists, the boon cycles, the sandworm cycle. 16 sounds right. So this is pretty much just going to be correct. We're not going to play any plains or swamps because we have 2 white duels, 1 black duel. So let's just get rid of that. 8. So then the only question is, do we want another forest or another island? Oh, wait, that's all of our lands. So that's almost certainly correct anyway. We would like one more forest, I think. Because, like, Naturalist casts Otter. I don't really want to go below 7 islands, though. Yeah, we don't need to tutor a white source with Great Horn. We have 1 white card, and we have 1, 2, 4 sources for it. Egg isn't great. If I had Brushwags and Essence Symbiotes, I wouldn't play it. But I'm definitely going to play it here. I can curve onto it with Great Horn. Scoured Barrens as a black for the Mythos, and as a white for the Felidar. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of cyclers. All 4 of these cards cycle. I think this is correct. Sneep, I agree. 8 green is sort of low, but we have a lot of colorless cycling. They're not green cyclers. We can cycle Boon for a colorless. We can cycle the 2 Sandworms for colorless. Zagoth is a 9th green, or we could cycle it for colorless. Even though it's cute to ramp out Sandworm, I have no need for that. I need more business, so I'm going to cycle. The reason I cycled main phase was because I have 2 tap duels I might draw and want to get into play this turn. What if we ramp out the Sandworm and they kill it, right? We're not under pressure, but we do need more threats against a black-white deck that could easily be holding removal. We only have 1 white card in our whole deck. If I had a heavier white splash, of course I'd play a Plains. Like, if I had 2 pacifisms, I'd obviously play a Plains. But our entire deck has exactly 1 white card in it. Well, I don't want to get back just Zagoth Crystal. Oh, I could cycle Sandworm. Oh, but then I can't cast this turn. Because Naturalist doesn't cast that. Plus, they may have to kill the Sandworm and then I'll get it back. So I think it's better to hold the Mythos anyway. Next turn I have 7 for Sandworm. And then if they kill it, putting it in my yard, then I can get it back and make them have to deal with it again. Gemrazor on the Otter, kill the pacifism, attack for 4, draw a card would be super sweet. In the meantime, though, we've got a Sandworm. We'll make them deal with that. Then we can Mythos it back along with this card. You cannot use Naturalist for cycling. Yeah, for now, let's just boon and see what we get. We're not under any pressure. Might as well just restock, I think. Okay, that doesn't super matter. I guess this turn, kill that, and then play the otter. Attack seems like no real decisions. Pretty much always hold one land in this format against black because the card they discarded, Cavern Whisperer, they could easily have more than one. I don't know if I have a favorite archetype. I feel confident with black-white humans, with blue-green mutate, with red-white cycling, with blue-red spells. I feel like they did a good job with balance in this format. I think you can pretty much play whatever. Okay, I think it's time to play Mythos. We can grab back that otter and that sandworm. Otter now, because we have these nice mutate creatures to put on top of it, especially Heron. So we can give it flying and then start drawing cards. Sandworm, of course, being another game-winning threat they have to deal with. Okay, that's a good enough creature to kill with charge, I think. Especially because we already have ram through 2. First and foremost, let's draw cards. Always want to lock that up where you can. And tap this for mana. And then if we mutate onto the otter and give it flying, now the Cavern Whisperer can't block it. Draw a card when it mutates. Draw a card when it attacks and connects. See what we have. I guess I'm not playing the Sandworm this turn, so I can always hold it for charge or ram through later. So I should probably just play a Greathorn out. I still have a land to discard if they make me discard one. And then if they play a flyer that can block the Heron, I have charge and ram through to remove it. And I don't really care about this 4/4 Menace right now. Okay, that's that. Let's charge away the flyer. Now they can't block the Heron. Drawing 2 cards a turn. A formula for success unless you're losing to 5/4 haste, turn 3 and 4. Life is good. So this is my punishment for the 8 Forest, but we're definitely keeping this on the draw. We got turn 1 the egg, but then also we can cycle the Sandworm turn 2. So that gives us 4 cards to find a forest by like turn 3. 3 draw steps and a cycle here. Hopefully we'll just rip it all natural this turn. But if not, I'll happily cycle the Sandworm. Oops. This opponent doesn't want my egg to hatch. It's like hard-boiled eggs right there. Ouch, still no land. Well, if I draw land, it'll most likely be a green. And now that we have no land to make this turn, I'm going to cycle the crystal. Hey, 1 card too late. But whatever. They don't have much pressure out yet. See what happens. Godzilla was green to cycle, so I couldn't cycle Godzilla. I guess Otter's the one we want out first. It's probably just going to die, whatever we play. But maybe they have better things to do. Maybe they'll want to hold on to a Blood Curdle for something better than that. Who knows? Alright, I won't say it's going well, but if they don't have anything else, we've got 3/3s, 3/4s, things to throw in front of that shark. We can't double spell. Our choice is Naturalist and Cycle, or just play like a 3 or 4 drop. I think just play a 4 drop here makes the most sense. If I get to trade it with the shark, I'm pretty happy. Well, now our back is to the wall for sure. I mean, if we draw a land, we can play a 3/3 that can block the 4/3 and a 1/3. So we're not that far out of it if we draw a land this turn and their last card isn't anything. Alright, cool. Can only put counters on non-humans, so the Naturalist is a human. But I gotta put out a 3/3, not an otter, because I need to be able to put it in front of Pouncing Shore Shark. But yeah, I mean, this thing pings, but we're at 7. Well, now we're dead. If that last card was nothing, we were fine. Did I say work on my mythic ranking? I meant plummet it in the toilet and click flush. Psh. Yeah, that is how it works, Can Mage. I should just keep my mouth shut. When you say if they don't have anything, it changes the card, the program does, in their hand from a land to whatever spell you need them to not have. That is, I can confirm officially how the program works. So, do we want to charge that or play Fertilid? Charging that looks better. I don't want to get tempoed. Oh, I don't want to get tempoed out. Like if I play Fertilid and they do things to kill it and end up turning that on or something, we still have a ram through for later anyway. Yeah, it does seem that way, Pella and Kavist. Like I said, my deck would be good if I just had 2 drops, but I don't, so it's kind of lacking. So that's a blue source, so I don't really want to cycle, but I can't necessarily play it this turn because I can't do anything else if I play it. So for this turn, I think we play Fertile in the tap land. If we draw the island next turn, we'll probably end up cycling this, but it is our black to be able to tutor something up as well. So this gives us the ability to take one more draw step, see what happens. We're not really under that much pressure. Assuming this card is not an island, I'll definitely go Crystal Otter here. These come into play nice and untapped. So you can use them immediately because they're artifacts, they're not summoning sick. And of course, even though they're not exciting cards, even if we can't kick it, we can still get back our 2 creatures and replay them. Life could be worse. And if we draw an island, we can kick this and tutor up one of our best cards. Format seems fine to me. I think it's diverse. I think there's a lot of different archetypes you can draft. Okay, so we drew the island. So now let's go blue, black, green, green. And then we can play Mythos with the blue and the black, which means we get to choose a permanent to put in the graveyard. And then we can get it back. There's no artifacts or enchantments, so we're not super inclined for Gem Razor. We're already at 7. We might just want Godzilla. It costs 2 more. Could just take Sandworm, since that costs the amount we have. Probably not worth trying to draw 2 lands. Probably makes the most sense to just take a Greater Sandworm here. And then we'll get back Sandworm and Fertilid, since we can play the Fertilid now. I mean, I could have gotten the Felidar, but I couldn't play it now. I think the Sandworm is better. Fertilid's great, but I think I would rather have... Felidar's great, but I think I would rather have a 7/7. Especially because I have a ram through. I didn't have 2 open, right? I was tapped out the turn I played Fertiled. You have to pay 2 to remove the counters. So hopefully they can't remove Sandworm. If they remove Sandworm, we're pretty much going to lose. If they don't, then we have a removal spell and a 7/7 to work with. I am not even close to dead on board. We're at 12. They have 7 power that they can deal directly to me. I don't understand. Oh, dead on board plus their hand. Well, sure. I couldn't fight off either of these with Ram Through, so there's nothing I could do. Albeit now it's way worse and we're totally dead. Yeah, I was dead to the Cloud Piercer, that's true. Plus the board. But I didn't have any options to prevent that. I mean, I could have cycled the Sandworm. I don't know what I could have top decked. Okay, we are super dead, though. They brought back an 11/11. I'm not arguing technically. I just looked at the board because you said dead on board. But yes, I was dead. I was dead to the Cloud Piercer. Again, the only way to disrupted that would have involved Crash Through, which involved having the Sandworm out. So my only other option would have been to cycle with Sandworm. I don't even know what I'd be trying to draw. I don't know the name of that site. I mean, we streamed it, so you should be able to find it. But I didn't host or organize that. Do you get kicked out of Mythic for going too low? I guess 99%, not literally kicked out. Alright, here I'm going to cycle the Boon. You can't use Naturalist towards Boon, so we're pretty far from that. But we already have plenty to do. Naturalist can cast all these 3 drops even if we don't find lands. I think we want to get the Otter out first. Probably not in a big hurry to get the tap land in play. It's probably better to deal 1. Our choice this turn being cast the Otter off the Naturalist and play tap land, or just play the land and play the Otter. Given our whole hand costs 3, we should be able to get the tap land into play next turn. No real rush to get it out. Hopefully they just don't have a second Prophecy. If they play a creature, I can charge it, hit, and draw cards. Well, no decisions. I assume they're killing Otter. If they are, this is the kind of spot where they should have done it while I was tapped out. They can't expect me to mutate into their open mana. Well, it looks like they just didn't have anything. Okay, and no real choices here. Of course, tap land, mentor the Otter. Life is good. Yeah, clearly they're stuck on a color. I mean, they've got Kahira, so they're probably playing red-green or red-white. Unless they have another Prophecy, they're probably going to concede to Fondland Felidar here. If we hit for 5 and draw a card and play this Felidar, this game is over. You can't get invested in a best-of-1 game like you do a best-of-3. Obviously, they're high variance. Just view it as a game and not a match, you know what I mean? Like, you're playing... Like, the whole thing is like the equivalent of a match. Like, you have to get mana screwed 3 times or whatever, or lose legitimate games too. But what I'm saying is, like, you're not going to beat any one opponent because it's super variance, because it's 1 game. I have no idea, NMS. The best of 3 isn't ranked. I don't know about Companion and Constructed. It feels like a powerful build around, but whether it's going to be healthy or too good, I have no clue. Because, like, the main reason it's too good in Limited is the extra card. And, like, that's, of course, still a big advantage in Constructed, but definitely less of one. But it still may be totally broken in Constructed, or specific ones may be totally broken in Constructed. I really just have no idea. I haven't even looked at Standard yet. Alright, we're nowhere near this, so I'm going to cycle it. And then, of course, we start with Senior Auteur. Next turn, we can give it flying, draw a card, hit with it, draw a card. So if the Otter lives, life is good. And the Otter lives. Let's go to the air, where it's harder to block indefinitely. Build your own Flying Ophidian. Don't mind if I do. This is literally peanut butter and jelly. Just turn 3 Otter, turn 4 Heron. It's a thing of beauty. Draw a card when you mutate, hit and draw a card. Now you have a threat they have to kill or you keep drawing cards. A thick magpie for real. Well, sadly they put an end to our fun. That's okay though. We'll go back to a stalemated board and then we'll draw 4 cards whenever we're ready. It's a fine question, 50 twice. I don't know the answers. I don't know what they're going to ban. I agree that deck is ridiculous. Alright, with no ability to charge out the Cloudpiercer right now, I don't think I care that much if I discard this 1 extra island, so I'm going to go ahead and take this turn to draw the 4. We definitely want to discard the island, because this black source for Mythos. I was hoping to draw a big creature, so that I could potentially just charge away the 5/4. But if I have to put out a couple of blockers, then we can group block it all the same. As long as they all have 3 toughness or more, then I'm not worried about putting 3 things in front of it in particular. And this turn, if we want to play out our whole hand, which we do, we want to put the crystal in play because we have so much to do. This actually works out pretty well. We can now use the crystal immediately, use all our mana, and get out multiple things. Now, since all of them don't have 3 toughness, I can't triple block because if they kill, like, the Great Horn, I lose these 2 and don't kill it. But I'll double block with the Naturalist and the Great Horn. If they use removal, so be it. They're using removal on Great Horn. It's effectively like I chump block with a Naturalist. Who cares? The Naturalist is not of particular value to me right now. Well, looks like they had a sorcery speed removal, so they'll get to put me to 5. I'm not going to chump. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. So now, definitely want to remove that 5/4 before I play the 7/7. Pretty much turns that off anyway. And then we have, what, 4/6 mana to work with, sadly, where we'll land short. Thank you, Sensei Silo. Appreciate the subscription. Oh, happy birthday to Voxy. I didn't know it was her birthday today. I'm probably jealous of how old she's turning. Okay, so we can tutor up and buy back any card. So we can get the Dream Heron to put on the Otter and start drawing 2 cards a turn. And then we can also get, well, any card from our deck. It could be 11/11 Godzilla. There's no boxy bounty. She just, like, really hated getting milled and was getting really tilted by it when everybody was playing Secret Keeper. So we just started piling on because it's fun. Yeah, we're going to figure something out, Queen Dragon. I don't know the exact details yet, but we're very interested in doing, like, viewer drafts, pod drafts. We're going to figure something out. We're on it. Okay, so for now, we want blue, black, green. Oh, wait, you need a second green. And then we can tutor up anything. And we already have the Dream Heron to get back and put on the Otter. Any permanent. I mean, we could bury any card, but you can only get back a permanent. I guess we want a Parcel Beast right now. And then we want to return the Otter and the Beast. Because as long as we draw a Forest... Oh, we don't even need a Forest. We already have the Humble Naturalist here. But I really don't want to tap all my stuff. Because then I am facing 2/2/2s and I'm at 6. But we'll get a card off the Dream Tail. Get a card when we hit. Then I can Parcel Beast up like... Oh, no, I can't Parcel Beast anything. They're both humans. So for this turn, we'll just play the Great Horn. And then I can Parcel Beast up the Great Horn next turn. Thank you, Slipfire101. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I didn't even need a Forest. But I couldn't Parcel Beast either of these. Because they're both humans. But whatever. I mean, we got our cards immediately. We got a Flyer. The only thing I could have put Parcel Beast on was the Otter. Well, I could have put it on the Cocoon, but it would be Summoning Sick. So the only reason to put it on the Cocoon would be to save mana for next turn. Maybe that's right, because we have a Sandworm. But we do have a lot of mana, and you don't want to expose it to sorcery speed removal before getting a card. But I'm not saying that was definitely not right to do, because we do have a lot of ability to spend our mana. But we wouldn't have been able to use the Cocoon. Right, but we wouldn't have been able to use the Cocoon, is what I'm saying. It would have been Summoning Sick. So there wasn't a lot of reason to do it. Hey, Nanduff. I think we just... No, I don't want to Beast now. I want to have my blockers up. We are at 6. I don't want to accidentally die. I'm going to put out the Sandworm. Now I have 2 different blockers that can block it if they, like, steal the Sandworm or something. Or if they kill something. I've got plenty of blockers. And then end of their turn, I'll Parcel Beast. We have the 1/3 to block the Scorpion. It wouldn't suck to have a second safe blocker. But since we already have 1, I think it's worth doing this. None of their creatures can block the 7/7. So, I mean, we have lethal on board next turn. Like, we can mutate onto the Dream Tail and hit first with the Sandworm and the Dream Tail. I'm not saying it's going to go that smoothly. They have 2 cards in hand. But if they don't have anything, like if they tap out or they play both their cards, we're already threatening lethal. Yeah, or Pump with Mentor. Either way. Same difference. Alright, so it looks like they had another Mutual Destruction. So that takes us off lethal, but they're dealing no damage. Ah, I forgot to use Parcel Beast. Sorry about the misclick. So now, just going to hit, draw a card. I'll Mentor end a turn if necessary, but I do want to use Parcel Beast now. So I'm not going to Mentor for damage. I'm going to Parcel Beast for a card. And then, of course, we want to go wide here more than we want to stack everything up on 1. So I'm just going to cast my cards. And if they play something that we want to fight, we can. If they try and give one of their creatures flying, we can fight it with Ram Through. If not, end of turn, we'll use Mentor. I'm okay. How are you, Pitcast? I'm drafting on the internet, hanging out with y'all, so life is good, right? As long as I got my health, good, decent internet, I can't really complain. No need to fight that in response, I don't think. It pings for 1, we're at 6, that's acceptable. I have no opinions on the art. This is the first of 3 drafts. The blue-red was bonus. I'm going to do, because it was a leftover, I'm going to do 3 drafts on stream today and play them out. So there will be 2 more drafts that we will play all the way through after this one. I do think the general rule of thumb that for every 3, like, 1 colorless cycling, like 2 or 1, like, cheap cycling that cycles for colorless, you can cut a land. I think that's true. It would become less and less. Like, it takes more to go from 17 to 6, or sorry, it takes more to go from 13 to 14 than it does from 14 to 15 and from 15 to 16. But assuming that you're not worrying about, like, a turbo cycling deck and exactly whether you should play 12 or 13, or 14, if you're debating whether you can go from 17 to 16 or from 16 to 15, yes, if you have 3 or 4 cyclers that are cheap, you can cut 1 land. And if you have an additional 3 or 4 cheap cyclers, you can cut 1 more land. The only thing I'll caution you about, remember, on the front end, those cycling cards may be expensive. A lot of times you may think to yourself, like, you're going to play 16 land, but you may really have an 18 land deck if those didn't have cycling. The general rule of thumb I use, if I would be comfortable being stuck on 3, that's a 16 land deck. If I would be comfortable being stuck on 5, that's a 17 land deck. If I would not be comfortable not making land drops all the way up to about 7, that's an 18 land deck. That's my general rule of thumb, my general guideline. I guess turn 1 Cocoon. Nah, we'll squeeze the Cocoon out later. I want to get the tap land out and then the Naturalist so I can turn 3 Felidar if I want to. Hey, Ricky Suizo, thank you for the generosity. I just saw you gifted out 5 subs. That's a really generous donation. Thank you, Ricky Suizo. Really appreciate the support. Also saw somebody sub. Thank you, Eric Fountain. Appreciate the subscription. Make a wish for me. Throw a penny in that fountain. Are there any Flash Mutate? Like, I don't need the mana. I mean, I have a land, I have a Cycler. I think this could be a bluff. And if they play +3/+3, I'll still be happy I blocked. I have to work through that. Dirgeback costs 4, I think. Shark costs 4 or 5. Yeah, I don't think there's any, so I'm going to block. I don't care if I lose my Naturalist to a combat trick here. I would just feel bad if I lost it, like, for free. Dirgeback Mutate is 6. Sorry, the front end is 4. But yeah, I wasn't scared of them playing, like, the +3/+3 in Trample or something. Like, that's a card I have to work through. It's going to take their whole turn. Like, I would trade Naturalist for them having that. But I didn't want to lose it for free or something like that. Oh, yeah, Sea Dasher Octopus wouldn't have been good, yeah. Yeah, the Death Touch Cycler wouldn't have been great either. But as you see, they didn't have those. They were just bluffing in 2 damage. And that being a spot where, like I said, I wasn't worried about like losing this creature to a pump spell. It felt appropriate to block. It's a good point, Traff. Octopus is the biggest blowout, but like they're going to get a card if I take it, so it's really throwing away Naturalist to stop them from drawing a card if they have Octopus. We don't have any Mentor in hand. I'm going to get rid of the Cocoon. So now we'll take 6. Nothing we can do about that, but we can start tapping it with the Felidar for now. If we attack, they're just going to block. Like, we're not fooling anybody. A 3/3 stops their other 2 creatures. So this turn looks like Mentor. And then we can use Felidar here to tap the 6/6. Right, but they would have blocked with a 2/4. I mean, yeah, it's a free attack, but, like, whatever. Like I said, we're not fooling anybody. Sometimes I like to attack in those spots, sometimes I don't. Because if you, like, always attack, whether you have it or not, then people, like, are more compelled to block. Whereas maybe later in the game I'll attack, and having not attacked last time when I didn't have it, maybe they're more likely to believe I just drew it. I mean, look, it's all just cat and mouse games, but I just can't envision them ever not blocking with the 2/4 in that spot. Because it's a 2/4 no ability. Like, it's a blocker, you know what I mean? It's not like, if it was, like, some useful utility creature, maybe they, like, don't block. But, like, are they really not going to block with their 2/4 creature? Like, it's a 2/4. It blocks. That's what it does. Okay, so we want to ramp. Our hand is loaded with expensive action. I like best of 3. At the moment, if we attack and we pump, we still just bounce with the Great Horn. I don't really have anything to put the Great Horn on. I mean, I can put it on the Felidar and get my land, but I'm going under. I think I just want to put my 3/4 out. Even though I want to ramp, I need the bodies. Now I can double block their Great Horn. Like, they have a 4/5. I have to tap this Felidar to tap their 6/6 Menace. I mean, I don't have to. I can double block the 6/6 Menace, but then same difference. They have 2 creatures I have to stop. Felidar taps 1. These 2 combined double block the other. And the Great Horn's not a human, so that means next turn I can mentor up this Great Horn, and then I can start giving 2 +1/+1 counters a turn with each mentor. Essence Symbiote is really good. Like, you want to take this card very aggressively in your Mutate decks. In my article for CFB on this deck, I put it, like, as the highest of the enablers, like, above Farfinder, just below, like, Essence Capture. But if it's, like, you know, pack 3 and you don't have enablers, or you only have, like, 1 enabler and it's not a very good one, I would take Symbiote over Essence Capture, even. Or Capture Sphere, I mean, sorry. Like, Capture Sphere and Scatter are really good, really efficient cards in this creature-based format. But, like, if you have good mutate stuff, but you don't have the Symbiotes, the Brushwags, etc., you're taking Symbiote over almost anything. Hey, thanks for that generous donation, Trabant. Really appreciate the 800 bits. That's a pretty big donation. Thanks for the support. CFB started CFB Pro, where you have to pay for the content, but it's $10 a month, and then you get $10 credit and access to it. So I wrote a draft guide for them, and I'm going to write another one on blue-red spells that'll be up in a couple of days as well. I'm currently writing archetype guides for them. The Tricycle lands in Limited are great. Outside of Limited, I have no idea. Okay, so I think here, clearly Harsh Mentor. We might cycle the Godzilla, we might not. But we're not going to cycle Sandworm. We're only 1 land away from casting it. Thanks, TPO. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Just basically, it's meant to be like mid-level, not like expert, not beginner. Just kind of a breakdown of the archetype, like what the archetype does. You know, so you know what to value, what you're trying to accomplish, and like a rough ranking of the cards. Especially when you're writing about an archetype, card values move a lot, because if you have a bunch of expensive mutate, you want Symbiote really bad. If you have expensive creatures, you want Naturalist really bad, but Symbiote doesn't help cast non-mutate creatures. Like, it's always gonna move. Stuff's always gonna move around, but as a whole, that's what we were going for. I don't love throwing away these mentors that can grow things, but when my hand is 2 giant fatties, I don't want to take damage. I'm getting to trade a 3/3/4/4/5, and I've got better things to invest my mana in than growing these creatures with mentor. Okay, We want to get Parcel Beast going. We get it going this turn if I mutate it, but I think I'm better off just casting it, right? Like, I'm not in a hurry. I can attack with the 3/5 now with Vigilance. I don't have a block on that. And then post-combat, I'll just play Parcel Beast, and then I can tap the 6/6. Life is good. Better to diversify my threats. If they draw removal, I don't really want to stack Parcel Beast on an already useful creature, like this 3/4 or this 3/5 tapper. Let's make them choose between killing Parcel Beast, and then I still have the 3/4 out at least, or the tapper. Thank you, Angry Noob. Appreciate the subscription. I'm glad you love watching my stream. Hopefully it makes you just at least a little bit less angry. I mean, I could get the land off the Great Horn. That would be the main upside of putting the Parcel Beast there. But really, they have a couple of creatures out. I have a couple of creatures out. They might draw removal. The game's not ending anytime soon. I think there's more value in just diversifying. I'm one land away anyway from the Sandworm. I don't think it would have been horrible. It might even have been right because it gets me closer to Godzilla. But also, I'm going to start Parcel Beasting every turn. It's not going to take that long to get to 9 mana. So, I don't know. I think diversifying the threats had the most value, but definitely I can see arguments either way. Okay, I think since we didn't draw a land, what we want to do this turn, let's give flying to our Vigilance creature since that can attack every turn. And we kind of need all our blockers, especially since they're going to start growing their Trampler here. So even though this is the opposite of the diversification, it means this will connect every turn in the air. Always the bigger power and toughness on top, of course, because you get all the abilities either way. I'm just not really that concerned about getting a land off Great Horn. Like, we're going to draw a land sooner or later. There's so many lands in the deck. Oh, yeah, I should have tapped the Naturalist. That was bad. Now I can't use Parcel Beast and tap the 6/6. Yuck. That was an actual mistake. Most of these have been close choices where to put the mutates. But not tapping the Naturalist there was a mistake because now I can't tap the 6/6 and activate Parcel Beast, both of which are pretty important to me. That wasn't good. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to kill the 6/6, but that doesn't, like I said, I stand by what not putting on the Great Horn. It's just I really should have tapped the Naturalist, and then I wouldn't miss a Parcel Beast activation here. Part of my logic for not stacking on this Great Horn, for putting it on the Vigilance creature so I could attack and block and have the extra blocker up, was I can activate Parcel Beast every turn. I'm going to get lands sooner or later anyway. Alright, so now I'm going to charge away the 6/6. Yeah, the thing Organic Chicken was not about the top deck removal there. It was that I didn't want to have to tap something to attack with it. Because my board was kind of precarious. Imagine this Great Horn gets tapped, and then they draw removal for the Felidar. All I have up to block is a Parcel Beast and a Naturalist. And not even the Naturalist if I correctly tap that. I didn't feel like I was in a position to tap a creature every turn to attack. This has Vigilance. That's why I gave it flying, so that it could attack every turn in the air without tapping. Four, 6, 7. Okay. So next turn we're on Sandworm or Primeval. We could even play this if we hit a land and then draw one. But I really regret missing the activation on Parcel Beast. That was just a blatant mistake. I didn't need the Naturalist up. Especially when I made the conservative play of giving flying to the Vigilance creature so I don't tap any attackers. Which I think was right, but I think I should have obviously tapped the Naturalist, and then I could have activated Parcel Beast into their turn. I missed a whole Parcel Beast activation by not tapping the Naturalist. Okay, so we didn't find a land in those 3 cards that comes into play untapped. So now we have to choose between Sandworm and activating Parcel Beast. If we activate Parcel Beast and we hit a land, we can still cast Sandworm. If not, we're hitting another spell. So I think what I'm going to do here is just activate the Parcel Beast main phase. So we hit the untapped land. So now we can tap 7, put the Sandworm in play, and we never miss a Parcel Beast activation. The Great Horn is not Vigilance, I don't think. It got Trample from Mentor. I think it's just a Great Horn. So that worked out well. Since we hit the land off the Parcel Beast, because we had 7, but we didn't want to tap out for Sandworm and miss Parcel Beast activation for the turn. So instead, do they still not have the ability to block? Okay, I'll attack. So instead, we activated the beast, hit the on-tap land, so then we still had 7, and then we could play Sandworm. Now we have Godzilla mana. We're hitting with Sandworm, and it's Godzilla time. And unlike last turn, I'm not going to be that greedy. It was important to keep ramping to get up to the 11/11 trample, but it's not important we activate Parcel Beast. Now I'm just going to attack with the Sandworm and drop Godzilla. I'm not going to try the same trick I did last turn, because there's more value in just getting down an 11/11 trample than there is activating Parcel Beast. The reason there was substantial value last turn in activating Parcel Beast, the reason it was worth risking not casting Sandworm, is because we're trying to dig up lands to cast Godzilla 2. Now we're at the top of our curve, so there's less value in activating Parcel Beast. There's still value, but there's less value. I don't care about the Godzilla theme either way. It was never like a movie series I was into. I'm not against it or something. I'm really indifferent to it. Yeah, I guess they're figuring the Thin Out is more valuable than the +1/+1 counter because this creature's still smaller than all of mine. They might be right, they might be wrong, depending on how they can spend their mana. Like, if they have an Ivy Elemental or some other X spell, I could see activating Fertilid every turn. If they were doing it purely for the Thin Out, but they could never spend the mana, I probably wouldn't. I always open them sooner or later. You can't really do anything with them besides open them on Arena, right? I mean, I don't know if it's better gem EV to open them and then draft and get the gems from the rares that way, or to open or get your cards first and then open the packs and get gems. I assume it's pretty close. It might even be exactly the same. I don't really know. Okay, so we're clearly going to cycle. The question is what? I think it's the Sandworm. No, we need the Sandworm for all these charges, so I'm going to cycle the Crystal. Because if I cycle the Sandworm, I don't have that much expensive stuff to ramp out anyway. Even though we're not mentoring anything, I'm still going to play a 3-mana 3/3 here. What do they have over here? Umori, so they only have creatures. I have charge to get rid of Umori. I need to do that, so I can't cycle Sandworm. I mean, I can charge the Mamba, or I can ram through the Mamba. Charge could kill big things. I think I'm just going to attack, and then on the end of their turn, I'll ram through the Mamba, probably. And then I'll untap and charge Umari. You have to kill Umari. I'm not going to let them lower the cost of all these creatures by 1. They're only playing creatures in their deck because Umari's in the companion slot. So if they do that, I don't really have anything I want to discard, so I probably just ram here. They still get their 4/4, but I won't have to discard, and I won't take a hit this turn. If I let that happen, I strand my mana, and I have a handful of business. Unfortunately, it's a point short of ram through after. I would rather let it resolve, discard, and then kill the 4/4 Menace. But that wasn't an option. But now I do have double charge, so now we can point a charge at the Whisperer, and then we still have another charge for the Umori. And of course, Omori's only a 4/5. Like, if they empty their hand, or almost empty their hand, and keep making land drops, then we don't have to kill Omori. I mean, we might, because it's a 4/5, but we might not, because we have bigger, better green stuff. But on turn 4, when we know every card in their deck is a creature, we would have had to kill it. But now I think I'm just going to charge the 3/5 here. They made land drop 5. Now I don't need to kill this. It's just going to be a 4/5 that lowers the cost of a few cards. We still didn't draw a land for Parcel Beast. Hey, enjoy, Dionysus. So I think now it's time to just charge away the 3/5 and continue about our business. So we're still just looking for land 4. We're obviously not under a ton of pressure yet, but I do want to ramp out all these monsters. Okay, we're certainly not going to hold on to Boon. Let's start by cycling that. Other than that, am I going to cycle again? Yeah, probably. Still nothing I can cast, but I do have 2 tap lands. So let's cycle. Oh, the Mentor can grow itself. That's cool. I didn't even know that. Well, that's scary. Probably going to lose now. That's an 8/8, so we're taking 12. And let's see what our options look like. They aren't good, I'll tell you that much. So we can get a double block on the 4/5, but then we take 8 and die. Doesn't have trample, so we can chump it, but that's not really a formula for success. I guess if I put out the Parcel Beast and chump that, I still take 4. Oh yeah, but I have to take 4 no matter what, because I can't have a double block. No, couldn't grow. Didn't have 3 more mana after the cycle. Cost 2 to cycle. Just needed lands this game. Just sitting back for too long. I don't think we have outs. Like, I don't think there's any way I can win from here. Guess for the moment, I'm going to play this. And then chump block and go to 3. Yeah, Mana Screw is very bad for Simic, it's true. The payoff cards for red-blue spells are Wolverine, the 2-mana 1/1 flying uncommon that grows, that's really good. The 4-mana 2/3 trample that grows, the red common. So I'm going to chump there because I have to. Okay, we can play 1, maybe 2 things. They've got 6. We are dead. Next draft. Hey, thanks, APO. Yeah, it was sweet to get back into writing some articles. Oops. I mean, we went 4-3 there. It's best of 1. It's not like an accomplishment, but it's not like we 0-3'd. I don't consider that a failure. Like, we didn't see particularly high power level. We didn't see broken rares galore or anything. Speaking of broken rares galore and payoffs for blue-red, so Mothra is just disgusting. If this card isn't killed, you just outright win. Every creature you have that doesn't have flying, when it dies, it just comes back with flying. And then Lord Dracus is a good card for the blue-red spells deck, and Dorat is the flying little 2-mana 1/1 that I was talking about. This thing grows pretty quickly. This is an easy Mothra. This pick isn't close. I'm only talking about these 2 blue-red spells on commons because we opened them and somebody asked if what were the payoffs. But Mothra is like a super broken rare. Like, this card is incredible. Hey, Gigantha, which we can't play with Mothra here because it's double white. Wow. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me, Draft? I mean, I can't have... If this was a single white rare, but I can't have Gigantha in the companion slot. I could play Gigantha in the main and Broodmoth in the main, but Gigantha in the main is, like, fine, nothing special. Gigantha out of the companion slot is broken. Yeah, the thing is, I don't even care about a Gigantha in the main. Like, Stinger, if I go red-white, is probably a better card than Gigantha if I go red-white. And this is a white card, so alright, I'll take Stinger. See what comes around next. This card's good if you mutate onto it, but the ability doesn't come up that much, and it's just a 3-mana 1/3. So now the best cards are like Marmot for red-white, Deadweight overall, Naturalist overall. I took a red card. I don't know, it cycles. I mean, red-white cycling is the best white archetype, and I started with a white broken rare. I'm not forcing it. I'll draft whatever's open from here. But if I see it, I want to play it. Thank you, Danny Lecton 14. Appreciate the subscription. I don't think the fight card is very good. Like, it's a fine playable, the red one. But red's creatures aren't very big. Red's pretty aggressive in this format. And it's not a bite, it's a fight. So you have to be able to win the fight. I mean, it's a fine card. It has cycling, but I don't think it's very good. The Mentor's pretty good with the Vigilance creatures. But we could also take, like, Marmot or Drannith Healer. We aren't committed to white, but this is a super broken mythic. So I think we just take the Marmoset for now, because if we go red-white cycling, we'll want the Marmoset pretty bad, even though we prefer the 2-mana 2/2 white cycler by a little bit. If we go red something else, then we're going to rather have the Marmoset, because it's red, and we're not even going to play the white card. I mean, we are, like, it's weird. Like, we don't know where we're going to end up. I mean, we could put the Unicorn on the Marmoset, but red-white does have more humans in it than most color combinations. This is a good cycling start. We could take Snare Tactician. Now, it doesn't look like there's much for any color. If we go red-blue, Mystic Subdual's fine. Otherwise, it's a 2-mana cycler. 1-mana off-color cyclers are pretty good in the cycling deck. 2-mana ones are a dime a dozen. We could still play red-blue or white-blue. I think I'm going to take the Subdual here. I don't think we're going to miss a 2-mana off-color cycler. Those are a dime a dozen. Easy Drannith Healer here, though. Back on course. Fire Prophecy. 7th pick, 8th pick. What is going on? Are these bots broken? This is even pack 1, so it can't be that, like, there's no red players at the table. I mean, it can be, but it shouldn't be. Okay, like I said, a 1-color off-color cycler is good for red-white cycling, but we still want to pick up a red-white duel where we can. Especially because with this deck, you often want to play, like, 13 lands if you can. So getting a dual land is pretty helpful to make sure you have, like, 7 to 8 of red and white off less lands. I don't think cycling is better than the land there. It's pretty easy to end up with enough playables. We'll have plenty of time to pick up 1 and 2 mana off-color cyclers. I think the first land is pretty important. As your land count gets lower and lower, it's harder to have both your colors of mana without duels. Obviously, you don't necessarily want, like, a ton. Probably should take the cycler here, because I don't think we're going to play that card. But I think, you know, you're not that likely to see another red-white duel. There's 10 color combinations here. Two-mana on-color cycler that's decent will almost certainly play. We actually tabled that Drannith Healer from earlier that I took the Marmoset over because we weren't committed to white yet. I consider 2 mana off-color cycling playable but filler, not good. 1 mana off-color cycling playable but not, like, exciting, but playable, a card you want. And then, like, on-color 1 mana cycling, like, these healers and stingers are good. And then, like, 2 mana on-color cycling, like, charge is fine, is playable. Okay, so Snare... This card is good with humans, which we do have a lot of. The healers and stingers are all humans. Snare Tactician is 2. Marmoset's not, but we'll probably end up with mostly humans. Doesn't look like we opened up any good cycling cards or anything. We could just take the 1 mana cycler because there's nothing else. Yeah, no, Leak could be the pick. I mean, it's Sanctuary Lockdown or Leak, basically. But, I mean, Sanctuary Lockdown might end up decent. Like I said, Healer and Stinger and Tactician are all humans. But, alright, we don't have a ton of cycling. I'll grab the Leak. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're cycling or not. Pacifism is just good removal. I would rather have Pacifism than a 1 mana cycling card here. We're not playing Turbo Cycling Constructed. Just pacify their best creature and go about our business. Now it's tougher. Fire Prophecy and Draneth Stinger in a dedicated cycling deck are a lot closer than Pacifism and the red fight card. I mean, let's see where we're at on removal. We have up Prophecy, we have up Pacifism. We already do have 2 mana removal. Oh, they're both good. I mean, this is a close pick. It is true that there's a chance we'll table Stinger. Well, Stinger you actually want multiples of, because then you can just cycle, and kill people. This is a card that gets better, not worse in multiples. Plus, you can draft like the 1 mana off-color cyclers and even the 2 mana ones more aggressively if you end up with a lot of Stingers. Of course, now it's a clear Stinger. Now it's a clear Snare Tactician. Remember, all 3 of those early creatures are humans. And we're also, like, a much smaller deck than usual because of all the cycling. So, I mean, I do think those human enchantments might be decent. Well, here we just want the on-color crystal, right? It cycles for 2. Oh, ambush cycles for 1. You're right. You're right. I would rather have, like, a 1 mana cycle. Like, I consider 2 mana on-color cyclers, like Coordinated Charge, and 1 mana off-color cyclers pretty close in general. But, like, so Dragon Claws is pretty bad. Like, Coordinated Charge is actually pretty good. Like, if we cycle and find all these, like, Tacticians, Healers, and Stingers, we may cast Charge for the win with 3 or 4 creatures out. Hello! Did somebody say red-white cycling was opened? Hello, Zenith Flare. But so, like, Coordinated Charge is actually a good card in this deck with cycling 2. Like, Claws, I'm almost certainly going to play it. But it's not that different than an off-color cycler. It's not a very good card. Whereas, like, Fire Prophecy is still excellent. I mean, kill an opposing creature, trade up a mana or 2, and bottom a land you don't need is just always a good card. Cycling or other. I mean, so far this deck's looking great, except for I don't have super high power level cycling stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Mothra is still a mythic, still broken in this deck. Fox, too. Alright, turn 1 Fox, don't mind if we do. Well, red-white cycling was clearly wide open in this pod. We can safely say that. We found the right deck. Nice, Apex. I prefer human drafting to bot drafting by a lot, because in human drafts, you get rewarded for finding what was open a lot more, whereas in bot drafts, you can pretty much just slam whatever you want every draft. Alright, so all of these things are humans, right? I mean, Fox isn't, obviously, because it's a Fox, but 2 healers, 2 stingers, 2 snares, Marmosets aren't human. I'm medium on Sanctuary Lockdown, but it's just a 2 mana cycler, not a 1 mana cycler otherwise. So I'm going to grab it in case we end up with a lot of humans. We don't know what's going to be in pack 3. We can't really plan that. None of these even have cycling, so we'll grab a white-green dual. So now it's tough because this is an actual good card. I think we just take Will. Will is just a trick with cycling that's just an actual good card. So we should open some kind of cycling broken rares and uncommons. Like Save Thunder Mirror would be dope. In an all-humans deck, the lockdowns are great, but we're not going to be an all-humans deck. We already have this broken mythic rare, 2 good 3-drops for our cycling deck, a good 1-drop for our cycling deck. We're going to end up with plenty of humans, but we're not going to end up like all humans, not by any stretch. Alright, we can't do anything with Batra. This rare is totally disgusting, like completely broken, but we can't do anything with it. Pacifism's still better than Marmoset for this deck. It's not a bad first pick. It's not an exciting one. Just an okay one. Looks like a pretty easy stinger here. We're pretty good on removal. We'll definitely play Rock Slides in this deck, but we also have 2 Pacifism, 2 Prophecy already. And so I think Dranis Stinger has to be better than Rock Slide for us. Hey, now there's another good cycling payoff card. 2 mana, 3/1 that makes free 1/1s every turn. And you can cycle on your turn and make them. You can cycle on their turn and make them. Just a great card. I would like to pick up some more 1-mana cyclers. Hopefully we'll see some. I would take those pretty aggressively now. Wow, there are like no cards in this pack I want. I mean, Clash is okay. I might play it, but it's kind of expensive for this deck. There's not even off-color cyclers or anything. Well, I guess Clash over nothing, basically. Still no cyclers. This is another terrible pack for us. Yeah, this is best of one, though, so we're not going to play the Magistrate main. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're not playing any of these cards. These cards don't matter. Okay, so now we have to decide between Memory Leak and Tactician. Tactician is normally the one you want to take, but I think we might actually want the Memory Leak. We actually don't have that many cyclers, and we have a lot of payoff cards, so I think we actually want the Memory Leak. Normally, I think you're going to take Tactician over Memory Leak, but we have Fox, 2 Healer, 3 Stinger, 2 Tactician, 2 Marmoset, and we don't have a ton of cycling, so we do want that pretty badly. Sales is just worse than Memory Leak, I think. It's just not that useful. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm going to play it if I get it, but... Yeah, we could play Reunion to dig up stuff if we want to. I hope we won't, but if we end up needing filler, I could see that being it. So we don't have a ton of playables, so we're going to have to put in the 2-mana cyclers in the board and stuff for sure, like Hampering Snares going in. That's all? Wow. Yeah, I need to pick up some more cyclers. Well, none in that pack. Okay, so now there's just Raking Claws. That's a nice Drannith Healer. I mean, these do cycle for 1 in addition to being 2/2s. They're just great for your deck. And another 1-mana cycler late. We got lucky here. Back-to-back 1-mana cyclers. These cards don't matter. 2-mana cycler. So we have 1 land, so 28. That would be, what, 13 lands? Or no, sorry, 12 lands right now. So I think we can cut something like Clash. It's expensive. We have removal otherwise anyway. And then we can probably play 13 lands. 13 is a number I like to play the most in these decks. And we have 3 Stinger, 3 Healer. That's 6 1-mana cycling. Development makes 7. 2 Leaks makes 9. So we have 9 1-mana cyclers. Let's get rid of all this off-color muck. Yeah, we might want to play the Human Enchantment. We do have a lot of humans. We didn't pick up any more Marmosets. Let's take a look. So we have 3, but we do have to cycle these sometimes. Not now for days, but you can post it in the Discord and share your draft deck. We also have Mothra. That's true. Mothra helps the humans come back. And the Token Maker makes humans. It does, yeah. I mean, I could cut the marmosets. It's kind of crazy. They're pretty good. I mean, what do you want me to cut? Like, we're not on the high end of cyclers. Like, I don't want to cut, like... I mean, I could cut a hampering snare, I guess, but... I know marmoset's good. But we can't cut any 1-mana cyclers. We can't cut any cycling payoff cards. So if you think Sanctuary Lockdown should be in, the cuttable cards are hampering snare, a 2-mana cycler, or, like, marmoset. That's like, there's nothing else. Like, it's not like I don't like marmoset. It's like there's literally nothing else. We could cut a 2-mana cycler or marmoset. Everything else is a 1-mana cycler or a cycling payoff card. Why would we cut charge over hampering snare? We're not playing blue. It's snare or marmoset. Snare, 2-mana off-color cycler, or the worst non-cycler is marmoset. No, 13 is the right amount of lands for this build. Alright, I'll cut 1 hampering snare for the lockdown. Because we have the 2-mana 3-1, too. This makes human tokens, and this pumps all humans, including tokens. Wait, I think I was 1 card over. Yeah, it's 41. Oh, I just didn't cut the snare that I meant to cut. Thank you, Yas Let's Go. Appreciate the subscription. I mean, so you remember the rule, like, this, you're cutting down, like, for every 3 or 4 1- to 2-mana cyclers, you can cut 1 land, but then you hit the diminishing returns on that. This is a deck where the curve is all, like, 2 and a few 3s. I have, like, 2 4-mana cards in my entire deck. So, I mean, I think this is a deck that would normally want to play about 16 lands, and with, like, 10, 12 cycling cards, that means we can play 13. That's why I wanted to pick up that duel so badly, because we do need red and white off a relatively low land count. Luis talked about this on Twitter, and I completely agree with him. You can't have a deck full of tap lands when you're playing a cycling deck like this, but you really want to get that first red-white duel pretty aggressively. I had a Fire Prophecy, so it's not really a 5-lander. The very first creature they play, I can just prophecy away a land. So I don't really view this as a 5-lander. I'm going to cycle now because we make a 1-1, and then we can cycle again on their turn should we draw another 1-mana cycler or 2-mana cycler. This is the best deck. It's not so broken that you should be forcing it, but if you're seeing red-white cycling, play red-white cycling. Like, this deck is very good. I agree that red-white cycling is the best archetype. Ephro nailed this perfectly when he said, like, it's not a problem, it's just the best deck. Like, once everybody's aware of that and is looking for red-white cycling, draft will find its natural balance. Companion is a problem because you're not fighting over the same restrictions, over the same cards. So if you get a companion card in your companion slot, you just draft a companion deck, your opponents don't have companions, and they weren't fighting over the same cards as you. Red-white cycling is balanced because if 3 people are trying to draft red-white cycling, you're all fighting over the 1-mana cycling cards and the cycling payoffs. You're fighting over the same cards. And if 5 people try and draft it at the same table, nobody will end up with a good deck. But red-white cycling is the best archetype in the format. I do agree with that. But, like, I was clearly the only one in our whole pod playing red-white cycling. I got, like, Fox 6th, Valiant Rescuer, like, 5th or whatever. I got the Zenith, like, 7th or something. Like, normally you have to fight over this archetype. At least you should have to. You should not be the only... There should never be only one person playing this deck in a pod. Okay, so I think cycling does more here than playing Snare Tactician this turn. I can even get the tap land in play. I would think I would trade Fox for their Rescuer. I don't know if I want to trade Rescuer for Rescuer, though. They may have more cycling than me. I only have 2 in hand and not that many. I'm just going to attack with both. If they block, I can cycle, make a 1-1, and then the 3-1s will trade. If they trade the Fox for the Rescuer, I'm ecstatic. So now I'm going to cycle, get my 1-1 before that goes away. Now, I would have cycled again on their turn, but now that's not going to work because the Rescuer is dying. So I'm going to cycle again now for damage for the Fox. And then we'll just put out our tap land. Oh, Fox grows. Like, if you draw this turn 1, it's broken. Like, obviously in the late game, even if you, like, you're going to be out of stuff, you draw a cycle, you're going to cycle it, you're going to draw a creature or land, you're not going to just draw an endless string of cyclers. But, like, a turn 1 Fox is ludicrous out of these decks. I mean, the odds I top-decked a Cycler weren't that high, and I had a tap land I wanted to get in play. I don't have that many 1-mana Cyclers to be fishing first to try and find one. I mean, it's kind of a free roll, but if they're playing Valiant Rescuers, presumably they're playing Cycling too. So there's no real reason to do that, I don't think. So I think here I'm just going to Zenith the Rescuer. Rescuer's really scary out of any Cycling deck. Get in some damage. And then next turn, of course, I can play Tactician, tap a blocker, hit for 5. If they had played like a normal 3-3 or whatever, I obviously wouldn't have Zenithed it. The reason I Zenithed it was because I didn't want them to untap with their Valiant Rescuer. They have 2 Valiant Rescuers. They're clearly a Cycling deck too. I mean, I'm not going to just let them make a bunch of 1-1s. Like, remember, I traded with their Rescuers. And if anything, I'm on the low end for a Cycling deck, not the high end. Okay, so this turn, I'm going to hold the Stinger. I'm going to play the Tactician. I might need to tap Urian if they play it next turn. If they go for like a kill on the Tactician, I can cycle the Memory Leak, tap the Otter, grow the Fox. Urian's great. It's worth playing 60. Just get a free 4/5 flyer and life is good. So if they tap out for Urian, I'll just cycle the Memory Leak, tap the Urian, then I can attack. Actually, I might just have lethal. What happens if I cycle the Stinger, I can tap the Otter 2, and then that's 5, 7, 8. It's 1 point short, and I get 2 new cards. If I play the Stinger, I still need another Cycler. The 1 damage from the Leak isn't better than tapping the Otter. So we'll start by cycling the Leak and see. There's no such thing as too many Stingers because they cycle for 1. I mean, a deck of 20 Stingers would be awesome because, yeah, there'd come a point where you would need Cyclers, but they're a Cycler and an Enabler. They're just awesome. Okay, so that play forces me to... Oh, no, it's just a 2-2. It can't grow to a 3-3 yet, so I don't have to do anything. If they attack, I can just block with Tactician. So end of turn, do I want to do anything? If I tap the 1-4, I get to attack for 5. If they have Prophecy, it's not great. But if they go to Prophecy the Fox, I can cycle and grow it again. So that's pretty good. So let's cycle the Leak. Try and tap the 1-4 because the Fox doesn't really block well. And if they have Prophecy, I'll just cycle the Stinger in response to save the Fox. Okay, so clearly we can't cast Pacifism. We know Urian's coming out next turn. With no more Cyclers drawn, we're not looking to cast Stinger. I'm going to attack with both. I don't even care. Like, if they draw a card off Otter, so be it. But most likely I'll just chump the Otter with the 1-1 if I need to. What are they doing? I wasn't expecting, like, a pump spell. Okay, double strike, so that's going to be a trade. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Do I want to play the Stinger now? Or do I want... I can then pacify the Urian, or I could cycle the Stinger and get an extra point. Can't pacify this turn. Snare Tactician still trades with the Otter despite double strike. No big deal.
So I guess I just play the Stinger, right? Because if they go to 5, if I pacify the Stinger, I mean the Yorion, the 1/4 ends up having to chump block the Fox for them to not die. If it was to block the Stinger, they would take 5. So because they're at exactly 9, if I hit for 4 and play the Stinger, they play Yorion, they're now at 5. I pacify Yorion, attack with Stinger, Fox, and the 1/1. The 1/4 Mentor, if it blocks Stinger, they take exactly 5 and die. So I don't want to cycle. I want to just cast the Stinger here. Yeah, if they trap, they can't play Yorion, so that's fine too. Then I don't kill for another turn necessarily. I mean, I could pacify the Mentor and have lethal if they're tapped out. But even if I don't, the Fox is already big enough that the Mentor can only chump it. So this line of play works out perfectly for me. If they play Yorion, pacify Yorion, attack with all 3, they have to Mentor chump Fox and go to 2. If they trap the Stinger, whatever, like I can pacify and kill them, or I can attack with just Fox if they like have mana up and then Mentor chumps Fox or they go to 1. I couldn't have cycled to tap it because they had already blocked with it. I could have done that pre-combat, but that would have been a very bad play. The 2/2 wasn't successfully blocking the 2/3. I mean, they had a cycling trick to use to 2-for-1 themselves, but that's totally acceptable. Yes, if they were at 10, I would change my play. If they were at 10 instead of 9, I would have cycled the Stinger, so they took 5 from the Fox instead of playing the Stinger. Okay, so now I only want to pacify if I have lethal, but I probably do. I even drew +2/+2. So if I pacify the Mentor, they have to stop 2 of my creatures. Trap costs 4. I think we can go for the aggressive play here since we drew Will of the Hunter. Will of the All-Hunter. Oh yeah, Bounce Shark would be a huge blowout here. Oh no, they can't play it. They can just play it as a 4/3, but then I have lethal. They can't Mentor it onto the... They can't mutate it onto the Mentor because it's a human. So they kill that. We go +2/+2, and that should be game. I don't even think there's anything for a red in the format, except the +1/+0 and First Strike, which doesn't work. That card is a sorcery, I believe. The 1 red, deal 1 to all your opponent's creature, Blazing Volley. I'm pretty sure it's a sorcery. I'm not 100%, but I think it's a sorcery. Yeah, I only play Springtrap in like that Grixis Drago deck and in the Obosh decks. If that card's dealing 6, then obviously it's a good card. And that 1 Drago deck, I wanted just instant speed removal because I had like infinite counters and card drawing and not like a ton of removal. Like I had some, but that's a Drago control deck. You want as much removal as you can get. Alright, here we're just going to start by playing our Stingers, of course. It's even going to be a 3/3 with the lockdown, and plus we can just kill their creatures. They have all 5 colors of mana up. No way to know what they're going to have. Clearly, I think we want to get Snare Tactician down before lockdown. I don't think there's like a flash 3/3 or something, but I have Prophecy anyway. So for now, we'll just play our creatures, see what they have. If it gets countered, who cares? 2-0 with this deck so far, Dustin Rada. They do have blue. That doesn't mean they're playing blue. Like, if they're a 2-color red-black deck, you still play this Triome. This is just a cycling duel. Like, you know, like, pretend you're a red-black 2-color deck. This is just a cycling comes into play tap basic swamp. You still play it. It's a lot less early of a pick, but you still play the card. That's how good these Triomes are when they're actually useful. Oh, they don't have blue, sorry. They have red, black, white, and green. You're right, no blue. Okay, for now, I'm going to Prophecy, bottom the Plains. Even though we have a handful of spells, the most expensive cards in our deck cost 4. We're not doing better than that with a Prophecy. I don't know if I'm going to cycle the Stinger or play it, but we'll see what they do. I'm not that worried about cycling to make the land drop now, aside from the 1 tap land.
We're not double spelling, most likely next turn. We'll have 3 or 4 lands to work with. No clue whether I'm going to cycle this or not. Like, if they play a good blocker that I can't kill with Prophecy, I'll probably cycle, tap it, ping them, and then go about my business. If they don't, then I'll probably just on-tap and draw and see what I get next. I'm playing 13 lands, 6 plains, 6 mountains, and a red-white duel. Okay, so they didn't do anything, so there was no reason to play the Stinger out. Now I'm going to play the Valiant Rescuer out. And then if they don't play some kind of board sweeper, this game is over. End of their turn, I can cycle Stinger. They take 1, I make a 1/1 human, and I tap a blocker. Then I can untap and play Lockdown, pumping all 4 of my humans. Hey, yeah, we just hit 2,000 with no raid. Well, 1 small raid from Going Optimal when we started. Thank you, Going Optimal. I do appreciate that. But pretty cool to hit 2,000 with just a small raid an hour or 2 ago. And yeah, now they're completely dead. This is just awesomeness. And Lockdown. Only killing them Meramorphic by decking them. I'm not kidding. This isn't even just a Voxy troll. Happy birthday again, Vox. I love decking people. Like, when I played that Esper deck to top 4 in Pro Tour Gatecrash, and I got to beat person after person with Drown Yards, I was, like, so happy. And I also played the blue-black deck like that with no win conditions except, like, Snapcasters and Drown Yards in that standard, and I loved it. So if we need to dig up creatures, I will. But since we have Prophecy, for now I'm not going to cycle. I'm going to Prophecy their first creature, which will give me draw step here. Now I don't know if I want to play a 2-mana 2/2 into this turtle. I guess I do. I can always attack, Prophecy the turtle, bottom one of these lands, go about my business if they do nothing else. Plus I have 2 Tacticians, 2 Pacifisms to answer the turtle anyway. Okay, I'm going to Prophecy the Facet Reader, not the turtle, but they don't know that. So first let's attack, see if they block. They probably will, because what else is an 05 going to do? Then no reason to let them start looting. Let's get rid of one of our mad excess lands, flooding out with our 13-land deck. You know, the usual. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cycle now, see if we find anything else we want to play. Waited as long as I could, realistically. Should have played a Mountain, not a Plains to have 2 and 2. I don't think it matters much. I don't even think we have any double red cards. And our only double white card is the one 3/4 Moth. But, whatever. Minor mistake. So if we just find a human, we can start tapping it down so they won't get 2 cards a turn. For now, let's just start digging for a human or a pacifism. Still nothing. Alright, let's cycle the 2-mana card. Human or a pacifism. Well, it's a human, but we can't cast it, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to try and dig up another creature. So now we might as well cycle. Hopefully we'll get a pacifism. Just more lands. Great. I don't really need to kill the turtle. I really need to stop the heron. And any human lets me use the lockdown to stop it. And I have 2 pacifisms, and I have the 4-mana white rare moth, and I'm sure there's enough cyclers for Zenith. So I have a bunch of outs. So I really don't care about this turtle. I don't care about attacking for 3 right now. I need to stop them from drawing 2 cards a turn ASAP. Sadly, that's not a human. This game is pretty much over. Guess I don't really have any choices. I can't block and use my trick now. I thought I might be able to, but their stuff is too big for that. But, I mean, I guess we can still tap these threats. So let's cycle, see if we find our human, see what we draw. Pacify is decent, too, as well, on the Heron. Alright, not the best, not the worst. I guess for now, if they don't have anything somehow, Mothra blocks the Heron, Marmoset blocks the Archipel Galore and comes back. Can't beat much of anything, but I can beat nothing. Pretty sure I can't beat that. 3-5 if I even had the ability to deal 2 more, but I don't. Okay, so now flying, I'm just dead. Wait, I can gain a... No, it doesn't even have cycling. Yeah, I'm just dead. Oh yeah, I was super dead. I mean, we did draw over half the lands in our deck there. Actually, way over. We bottomed one with Prophecy, too. Like 8 of 13. Okay, nice little one-lander. Definitely keeping this on the draw. Hopefully we'll draw the plains right away so we can go turn 1 Fox for the win. But if not, we'll start cycling. Never didn't have it. It would definitely be Hexproof Burnator. You nailed it. So, no clue if they have Prophecy or not. But I've got a lot of cycling. I think I want to just play my Drannith Healer. Given I have Sanctuary Lockdown, it's actually a 3-3, not a 2-2. Also, it's another creature to come back with Mothra. So I don't think I want to cycle the Drannith Healer here as opposed to putting it out. Sadly, they had the Prophecy for the Fox, but I couldn't stop that. Even if I double cycled, I would have still lost the Fox. So now we're on plan B. We're planes away from Mothra, and we've got out a 3-3 human. What is that thing? The 4-4 Phoenix? So if I attack and they block, I've got +2/+2, and that just works. That doesn't do anything. We sadly don't have double white, so first and foremost, let's cycle, see what we get. Okay, that doesn't really change anything. I'm going to attack. And then, oh, they blocked? Okay. +2/+2. I wasn't expecting them to block. Don't mind if I do. And then I got to hold this mountain because I want to bottom it with Prophecy. And if I draw a plains, then I want to play that to play Mothra. No, no choices still. Pacify the big creature and keep about our business. I guess I should actually cycle the ambush now because I might draw the red-white tap duel. There's not a ton of reason to hold it in this position. If I do want to cast Zenith Flare, I can always play the mountain. But ideally, I'm still going to be bottoming this mountain with Prophecy and playing the next plains I draw. Sadly, another mountain. That is flying. Too big to Zenith Flare. I guess I gotta chill for now. It's kind of unfortunate, but we're not really under any pressure. If they play something small, we can Prophecy it. If we draw Cyclers, we can get up to 6 to get rid of the 3/6. If we draw Plains, we have Mothra. Hopefully we'll stop drawing Mountains. I think there's like one more of them in our deck. Yeah, I'm happy enough to Zenith Flare that, I think. It's a nice 5/4 reach. We connect for 3 right away. Nothing to see here. We're definitely casting, not cycling. It's another 3/3, plus it turns on the lockdown when we want to use it. No real choices here. I see no reason to hold Cyclers in this spot. We'll just gain our 2 life, which we don't really care about, but see if we find a Plains for Mothra. If not, pass the turn, tap that down, then next turn we can hit for 6. Doesn't change anything. This is 2 to use. I would definitely rather tap that down and hit for 6 than I would get to spend my mana cycling. So for right now, no real decisions. I mean, there's no doubt Stinger's a lot better than Healer. They're both good. You're never cutting a Healer or a Stinger from a red-white cycling deck. Never, ever, ever are you cutting a single copy. But Stinger is substantially better. But remember, this is also a 1-mana cycler. Oh, I mean, I'd rather cycle this than deal 3 damage. It's just I wanted to tap now. Okay, well, that's a good target for Prophecy, and of course we drew our... No, don't... Well, whatever. It's not how I would have liked it to tap. We can't cast Mothra this turn regardless. Okay, so they're going Indestructible. We still get to bottom a mountain. Play the Plains. Guess I should have attacked first. Now that it has Indestructible, that's not going to work. So that was kind of a minor missequencing. But because Fight as One exists, I should have attacked first. I guess humans are pretty good draws. I'm probably supposed to cycle the claws here. We've already bottomed 2 mountains, right? Just 1. Okay, I'm not going to cycle Stinger. That's a human and a good card. Now I'm going to go to combat. They'll tap the healer, and then I'll play both my other creatures. They're not, like, board dominating at the moment, but they're still pretty good cards. Now we have the 2 humans on to tap things on their turn, as well as the Mothra, which just blanks with the 3/6, but if we tap the 3/6, we can attack with the Mothra, potentially. So it's a pretty even board, but... I mean, we've got our Stinger out. We've got our Lockdown, our Mothra. So now I don't know if we want to play that or cycle it. Probably just play it. Let's see. If we go to combat here, they tap a human. We tap their flyer and hit for 3. And then we play a second human to use to tap. If they tap Mothra, we could attack with the 2 3/3s. They could double block, but then we get to kill the tapper. That seems good. So I guess... Go to combat. I think I'd rather play this than cycle it. It's another human. It's a 3/3. If I get 4 humans out, I can tap 2 things on their turn. I think I'd rather have a 3/3 half a tapper, so to speak, than just cycle it. Tactician would be better, but I don't think I'm cashing this in to dig up Tacticians.
Alright, so now they tap one of my humans. So what I'm going to do is use Lockdown. I'm going to tap the human and the other one. Because now I can get in 3 damage right now with the Mothra. And then I still got the healer back to block the Otter, assuming they didn't top deck a counter this turn. And of course, if they have removal for this healer, it would just come back thanks to Mothra. And if I do draw one of those Tacticians, that's a 4th human. That gives me the ability to tap 2 things on their turn. Sure, but if they want to tap it and hit me for 2, what are they going to do at 8 on their next turn? Sure, they can get a card by tapping their Tapper and their Otter here, but good luck to them. This isn't like turn 4. I'm not that scared of them drawing 1. I'm going to be able to lethal them with the Stinger and the Mothra and the tapping on their turn. Okay, so now I can only attack by tapping the Petron to attack for 3. That's not right. We'll tap on their turn now. This turn we can't attack. But now we get a tap on their turn. They're more than welcome to attack with the 3/6 with the life totals 25 to 8. So we don't tap in combat. We tap end of their turn. The question is, do we tap Tapper or the 3/6? I think it's the 3/6. Because there's no one creature they can tap that matters. If they don't add to the board and I tap the 3/6, what are they going to do? Tap one of my creatures? The Otter doesn't even block any of them successfully. So when they go to combat, we don't do anything. End of their turn, we tap the flyer, and then we just attack with everything. No consideration for alpha on the previous turn. The 3/6 was untapped. But this turn, we were going to alpha. This turn, we were going to end a turn, tap the 3/6, and then attack with everything. Hi, DJ Beetle. Sand's kind of ugly. If we draw planes, though, it's still Rescuer and a Cycler. I guess with 4 mountains, I'm supposed to mulligan. Alright, that's a little better. Just ship a mountain we don't need. If that previous hand had a planes, I would never mull it. But with 4 mountains, I guess we're supposed to take a mulligan. I'm not going to play the Cycler here. Let's get the Stingers out first. We're not really digging for anything in particular. That's going to get Fire Prophesied. I'm just going to do it now. I don't want to risk them having some kind of a pump spell. Ship the mountain. Even though it's the only land in our hand, most of this deck costs 2, and there's a bunch of 1 and 2 mana Cyclers. So I'm just not too concerned about finding lands. We'll find them when we find them. Flood out is one of the main ways these decks lose. That's why you have to do things like play 13 lands, and because if you're cycling left and right and you're not doing much, it's very easy to lose by flood out. This could be a bluff, but who cares? They're not racing Stingers. I'll just take the 1 and see what else they have. Okay, I don't see a reason to cycle the Leak before we play the other Stinger. Actually, there is. If we do draw a land, we're going to double spell this turn since our hand is all 2s. So I actually am going to cycle the Leak. Now we can just go, pacify the good creature. Put out another Stinger. Oh, no real choices. I will hold a land for the 1 Fire Prophecy that remains, but not at the expense of not double spelling. If they don't do anything else, we're attacking for 4 turn right now. 1/4 doesn't actually stop any of this. They may have a Divine Arrow or something, but I'm willing to risk losing a Stinger or a Marmot or whatever. Definitely not going to not attack because I might lose a creature in combat. It's 4 damage if they don't have anything. And then, of course, just keep adding stuff to the board.
No real choices. I'm gonna cycle the Fox. Now that we're out of other cyclers, it's tapping a 2/5, pinging them for 1. That's a lot of damage. I'm definitely not gonna just play the Fox. The reason I didn't cycle it to stop the 2 is because I have infinite life, and if they played another good blocker, I wouldn't cycle just to tap one of the 2 blockers. I would have to wait until I drew another cycler. But now that they didn't do anything else, end of turn we'll tap it, because that means we get in the hit for 6. Even though it's not lethal, we get in the 6 damage. But pretend they played like a 3/3 or a 3/4 post-combat. I would really regret cycling the Fox to tap the 2/5, because if I don't top deck another cycler, I still can't attack into the 3/4. When they didn't play a second creature, then it's like, okay, end of turn, tap your 2/5 blocker, get in 6 damage. DJ Beetle down. Ted Boozley up. Again, 5-landers kind of stink, but there's only 8 more in our whole deck. We have both kinds of lands, turn 2, turn 3 Stinger. I don't think I'm going to mull this. If we draw Prophecy, we can get rid of lands. I just got to assume we're going to draw all spells. I mean, there's only 8 lands left in 33 cards. And we have double Fire Prophecy. And we do have 2 good 4-drops, so it's not like we're a deck that can't use our mana at all. We have Zenith, and we have Moth. Yeah, trying to rank up for fun. Okay, well, 2 of our next 3 draws being lands was not great. I don't know whether I'm supposed to cycle the Stinger or play it. I guess I have to cycle and try and draw, like, Prophecy, which I have 2 of, or, like, Moth. I could play it. I mean, if they attack for 3, it's not that big of a deal. But, yeah, with double Prophecy and Moth, I think it's right to cycle it now. Just going to tap the 3/3, get in for 2. So that's one of my better draws. See if we can win this game with that, maybe. Hopefully we'll draw a Prophecy, which we have 2 of. I think it was better to cycle on our turn to get in the 2 damage. This deck's pretty aggressive. Because if they play another blocker, we gain 3, but then we can't attack. It might not have been right. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't believe in the Shuffler's Rigged. I just believe it was like a 10%er that happened. I mean, after keeping the opening hand, 25% of our deck was land. So the odds of drawing 2 out of 3 are not 1 in a million, but they're very low, you know. It's probably roughly 25% of 25%, right? So it's like a 6.5%er that just happened or whatever. Okay, I can't block because they can make that a 4/4. But next turn, I may get them good with Will of the All-Hunter. See what happens. Again, we're not in that bad a shape. We're not in that good a shape. Hopefully we'll draw a Fire Prophecy, get rid of one of these lands, draw some spells. For now, I think I pass to the opponent. This is a really good card if you can use it effectively on blocks. And if they attack with the Brushwag, they're forced to pump and tap out, so they can't get me with a counter trick. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to block with the 2/3 to make them spend their 4 there, no. What I am going to do is find out what they have here. So what are the tricks possible? Because I can give +2/+2. They've got a 3/3 first strike. If I block with the Mothra, Mentor buff alone, if they Mentor buff and then I pump, I own them. Yes, I know they have the Trample Mentor.
But what I'm saying is, if that's it, I can block and then own them. But they could also just cast a card from their hand. There's the +3/+3 and trample. But if they use this, they won't have enough mana to use that. I'm going to go for it. We don't have that much business. If we make this flyer into a 5/6, it's amazing for us. The only blowout card here is Prophecy, which they could have used earlier. So I can't really put a Prophecy in their hand. They could have it, but I can't really just put it in their hand. Hopefully they don't. Yeah, they can't play the 3-mana trick and Mentor. So if they would have played the 3-mana trick, I wouldn't even have had to play this trick. I'd lose my Moth, but I wouldn't even play the Will of the All Hunter. So it was pretty much only Prophecy, or for me to get blown out. Actually, I'm going to use that next turn, because now we're trying to race. I'm going to attack in the air, and then I'll use the Snare Tacticianer with the Cyclers to try and tap their stuff and hit them for 5 a turn in the air. +2/+1 will make me, what, a 7/7? So all die and Kogla will die? There wasn't many ways to kill a 5/6 flyer. I'm pretty unhappy about this. But it's certainly worth it to kill Kogla, so... Okay, for now... Which do I want to pacify? The Brushwag or the Mole? I guess it has to be the Brushwag. I guess the Mole's going to keep growing too. I mean, they're both trample. Just going to tap that. Still have Prophecy to get rid of a land and kill the Mentor. 2 of them. If we draw a Prophecy, this game could flip. Assuming they don't have much else. We kill the Mentor or the Brushwag. We get to bottom a land for a whole nother spell. I mean, the game's not looking good, but I wouldn't say it's unwinnable. So now I think I want to play that, not cycle, because we can use Lockdown. Although I'm a mana short this turn. But I can still take 1 hit. This stops the Marmoset. I can take a hit from the Brushwag. My day's going well. How about you? Obviously, we couldn't tap this turn because mana short. That's why you don't usually hold 2 lands, but with double Prophecy and then like so many Cyclers, and most of my cards being so cheap. Plus, we haven't used Zenith yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we get them in Zenith range, that could be another way to win this game. This is a good game. I don't know if we're going to win or lose. And this is the Flood out, and they had Kogla, so that shows you the power of this deck. So now they have double pump, so that's 8. So I'm taking it this turn, I guess. But I need to draw like a Cycler next turn pretty badly. So 5, 8, 11. Oh wow, so I can't block the I can't block the Marmoset. I have to block the Mentor, and then I take 10. And then if I draw a human or a Cycler, I'm fine. Or a Pacifism or a Prophecy. So as long as I don't draw like a land here, almost any card in my deck works. A Marmoset doesn't work. But if I draw a land, if I draw a cycling card or a human, I'm fine for the moment. Zenith would be my best draw. Prophecy or Pacifism would be my best. So if I play it and tap, I die to the Marmoset though, so I have to cycle. I can't attack because then I die unless I top deck a Cycler. So for now, it looks like pass, cycle, see what we get. I mean, we do have 1 more Pacifism and 2 Prophecy. So this is a very winnable game, and Zenith. I mean, if we flood from here more, we're going to lose. But if they're out of gas, this is definitely a winnable game. Prophecy, Pacifism, Zenith, humans, more Cyclers. So I can cycle on a turn and get them for 3, but if I draw Zenith, I can cycle on my turn, tap that, and then hit them for 3 in Zenith. So I think I just want to wait, ensure that I can tap the Brushwag again next turn. Okay, so I'm going to Prophecy the Marmoset, because I already have the Memory Leak to tap the Brushwag, and I want to be attacking for 3 a turn. So let's Prophecy the Marmoset, bottom one of these lands, see what we get. Flare is lethal with a hit. Flare's not lethal, like, without connecting for 3 one more time, but with connecting for 3, it's lethal. Yeah, if they don't have anything, I think we're looking good. Like, obviously, if they have, like, Ram Through, we just lose. But if the card in their hand is a land, we cycle and tap. Again, humans, removal spells, Zenith is just for the win, and we're a cycling deck, so we can dig it up. Well, that just kills me, unless I find something. Obviously, I'll cycle in response, but I'm not sure there's much I can find now. Yeah, the enchantment's been pretty good. I can't cast Zenith, and that's just another land. That was a good game. Thought we were going to win. If they didn't draw that clash there, we were actually in pretty good shape at the end. Cycle, tap that, put them to draw another human. I can use the 2 humans to tap it, draw a pacifism to kill it, or I just draw more cyclers, and then I hit them for 3. It doesn't take that long to kill them. Yeah, we just drew way too many lands. I started today at 3. This is the second of 3 drafts we're going to do. We're going to do one more after this. Cycling is very good, and this deck is very good. Sometimes you win and lose close games. It's more a reflection of what's drawn than the quality of the deck. My previous deck was a blue-red spells, I think. Like, now, again, we're on 5 of 13 lands already. Obviously, if we don't draw any more lands, it'll be fine. And again, we have 2 prophecies to bottom lands. But winning and losing is more a function of draw quality than deck quality. I say this all the time. Like, if you were to rank draw quality, deck quality, and play skill, and how much they impact winning or losing, number 1 is draw quality, number 2 is deck quality, number 3 is play skill. Okay, now let's start cycling, see what we pull up. Grow that fox, of course. If I draw a 2-2 here, I'll just play it. But if I draw nothing, then I'm going to cycle again. It's not an excuse, it's just a description. I don't have to excuse losing. It's not a failure. It's just the result. But it's just an accurate description. I don't hate Cathartic Reunion in decks like this, because Flood is one of your main ways to lose. But with Double Prophecy, I wasn't going to play it. Okay, now we'll definitely just Mothra. I'm going to grab like a granola bar or something. Be right back. Okay, what did they do? Why does that Boneyard Lurker have +1/+1? What did they do? Swallow Hold, that's right. Every point of damage we get in here puts them pretty close to lethal. I think what we want to do this turn is Drana Stinger is just like pacify the Great Horn, hit for 5, and play Drana Stinger. And then we already have 1 cycler, and if we draw another one, we have lethal. Obviously, we're pacifying a 3/4 instead of a 5/5 here, but I think it's worth it to get in the 2 damage, because they're pretty close to dead. And if they can't kill Mothra, they're just dead on board. I took the draw step in case we drew Snare Tactician instead of cycling end of turn.
Because now there's an extra blocker we can remove. It is an RX bar, yeah. Lemon RX bar. Not great, but we've got a 1-mana cycler and then another one if we need to. And we're only 1 land away from Stinger and Fire Prophecy and our 3-drop, so I'm not going to mold this even on the play. Let's just hopefully draw 1 land. Alright, so what happens if we attack with both? If they block the Marmoset, we could cycle for 1 and then still have another trick available. But what happens if they block the Stinger? I guess I can pass and then post-combat Prophecy. But I don't really even want a Prophecy right now because I don't have a land to put back yet. So Prophecy will have more value if we wait until I draw a Plains or a Mountain that I don't need. So I think what I'm going to do is attack with Marmoset. If they have, like, Divine Arrow, I can stop it with +2/+2 and hit them for a lot. If they don't, then I'm just going to hit them for 2, I think, and play the healer and just keep putting stuff out. Oh, we're still in combat, I guess. I didn't really want to cycle the 2-mana card there, because then I can't play this. And I'd rather cast the healer than cycle it, because it's still another creature in play. If they cast a creature next turn, I can pacify it and get in for 4. Creatures on the board they deal damage, frankly. It's just that simple. I just want to make sure I get in damage for free where I can, and not lose things. Okay, so now with 1 white, the trick they could have is the human gets indestructible and non-human gets indestructible, right? Or the +1/+1. And deals damage equal to its toughness. Those are the 2 cards. So what happens if I just attack with all 3? They could double block one of the 2/2s. I could give it +2/+2, but that's not even very exciting. I trade +2/+2 for one of their cards. Right, the indestructible +1/+1 to both, yeah. Or the +1/+1 Footsteps enchantment. Again, I think I just attack with the Marmoset. No, because if they give +1/+1 to both, that doesn't even work out well for me. Well, all I'm spewing is a cycle. It doesn't really matter. So I think I can attack with the Marmoset. And then, if they have that trick and use it to kill Marmoset, who cares? Since, well, I don't have any 1-mana cyclers, though. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to attack. I think an attack is just bad in this spot. I'm just opening myself up to tricks unnecessarily. If they tap out for Jegantha, then I get to have a great turn. If I need to start cycling and drain them out, I have double Stinger. If Marmoset ever gets to attack safely, I mean, it's going to deal so much damage. I think I should just chill. I didn't really want to pacify the Serval this turn, knowing they have Jegantha on Suspend, and it's not very big. I might pacify it after they grow it, but I don't think there was a reason to do it last turn. Okay, so now, if I pacify, they grow that to a 2/2. Doesn't stop Marmoset. +1/+1 and indestructible. Doesn't kill... No, it does kill Marmoset.
I think now I can attack with just Marmoset, right? Since I have 2 cyclers, I'll either lose it to a trick, which is acceptable, but I can start with the 1-mana one. So if it's Divine Arrow, I'm good. I don't want to use Pacifism until it's like guaranteeing a big attack with all these 2/2s or something. So I think now I can attack the Marmoset. If they have Divine Arrow, I'm safe now. Because now what if they have that one trick, the uncommon one, good beats. I mean, there's nothing I can really do. But now if they have Divine Arrow, I can respond to it with +2/+2 from Will of the All Hunter. And now I can pass to them. They can't do first strike damage or their creature dies. If they use the Keensight Mentor, I'm perfectly happy to just cycle again. Now I kill their Manserval just for free cycling, and then I ping them some more. So this ensures that I don't spend a card to kill the Serval, or get blown out by any tricks. If they have the Indestructible uncommon, they kill my Marmoset, it goes away, I didn't use more. There it is, made sure we didn't get blown out by that, I'm pretty happy with this. Now I have the choice. They're going to live because they're indestructible. I can live too. That seems worth it. Marmoset's pretty good against their creature deck. And they didn't even get to pump the Serval and the Farfinder with the Keensight Mentor this turn. I'm really glad I played around that this game. Wait, I'm not even dying. I don't even have to use that. Yeah, they can't pump. Yeah, I just realized it. Yeah, I don't even have to use that. Wow. That card did so little. I can't even... That worked out incredibly for us. We played this game really well. Okay, so now we can pacify that. But then we're not going to have much mana to work with, so let's figure out our next turn. Assuming we don't draw a land or a 1-mana cycler, we can't attack with the 2/2s. They can double block 1. So, do I do anything end of turn? There's no way I can cycle end of turn. So, we'll see what we draw. Okay, so now, if I attack with Marmoset, I basically don't have a good turn now, unfortunately. I did draw the 1-mana cycler, and I don't care about playing the Fox or cycling it. So I can attack with Marmoset. If they block it with the 3/6, cycle. If they block it with anything else, cycle once and eat it. That's pretty much it. I can't send the 2/2s. But I'll take a Time Walk where they take 4 damage. I mean, if they make this block, I cycle, they take 4, and then I eat their creature. I don't even use a trick or anything. Like, these cards just replace themselves when I cycle them. So, I mean, this is great. It's a free kill. Just another turn where they take 4, and they lost a card, and I didn't spend a card. And then we'll dig up lands or more cyclers. Cycling is officially the GOAT. And back to you, opponent. Oh, yeah. Now we'll try and set up a charge turn for sure. I think I'm just going to block with everything now. The only way they can kill a Stinger is if they use the Mentor. And then they're going to have only these 2 creatures up. I don't really want to lose a Stinger, but this has got to be worth it. If they Divine Arrow a Stinger, they only kill 1, and they still lose their creature. If they play like, if they +1/+1, they kill a Stinger, and they still lose their creature. So I killed a big blocker, and tap this. This is just awesome for me. This is not a good attack by them. I mean, unless they have like another copy of that uncommon. They just traded their 2/5 for my Stinger, and tapped their Mentor and traded their turn. Like, that was not a good play. So we could be greedy and prophecy into pacifism, but if we brick, that's not going to work. So now I think it's pretty clearly we just want to go, like, pacifism on Gigantha, and then we can attack. I don't mind if they trade Farfinder for Stinger, because they have the Mentor out, which is growing it anyway. We'll get in 4 more damage. They're down to 8. Life is good. Clear out their blockers. Okay, I think this turn we just want to take the turn off and play another Marmoset. They're not growing anything. Okay, again, easy turn. Take the turn off. No big deal. We already have cyclers in hand. We'll just see what they're going to deal with. If they play something big, we can tap it. If they play a removal, we can draw a land, or we can just attack next turn. $13 lands in the stack. Given lands are good draws for us and bad draws for them, and I mean, my hand is 6 cards to their 3, I'm not super worried. I think now it's time to do some attacking. Just tap one of these and kill the other and attack with all 3 of my creatures. They'll probably have like 1 removal and go to 4. And then, I mean, we also have the Zenith, but I'm not going to just attack with all 3 in Zenith this turn. Who knows what they have. I think what we want to do here is Prophecy and Cycle. So, let's Cycle first. If I have to play the Land of Prophecy, I'm cool with that. But, of course, if I draw Plains, I'd rather play that. So, first I'm going to Cycle. Tap the 1/4. I know Zenith goes face. I'll do it next turn, but I'm not going to just attack. Hope they, like, have them play, like, some life gain spell and I lose or something. Like, that's just stupid. Like, we're in such a good position. Zenith's only growing larger. I'm at 23. It's not like they're going to untap and kill me. If they don't have removal, I'm threatening lethal as is on board. Assuming they do have a removal, then they can kill 1 and go to 4. And life is good. Okay, and let's see. We have 5 mana. Now what we can do is cycle the 1 mana card, tap that, attack for lethal, and if they play a card, we can Zenith in response. So we have lethal with backup lethal. They have... Oh, no, they have the 1/4 also, so it's not actually lethal with backup lethal, but that's okay. Now I don't think that there's anything a white-green deck can do here. We're going to hit them for 8. Okay, not bad. What did we go, 7-2, or is there 1 game left? No, 7-2 with the cycling deck. Definitely could have done better. Both losses felt a little unlucky, but also most of the draws during the 7 wins were very good. That's how Magic works. You don't draw well every game. We're going to do 1 more draft tonight. We're going to play it all the way through. Let's get started with 1 more of these Premier Best of 1 ranked human drafts. Emergent Ultimatum is fine, but it's not like the Jeskai one or the Mardu one where you just win. But it is easier to cast since it's green. You can play all that good ramp and fixing. Subdual's fine. Moloch's fine. None of these cards are super exciting. Dream Heron and Humble Naturalist are the best of the commons. All in all, this is not going to be a great pick for us no matter what we take.
I mean, I'm definitely not forcing cycling. Mullock is fine. It's not something I'm looking to first pick, but the pack isn't very good. Search your library for up to 3 different mono-colored cards. I'll take the ultimatum. It's pretty powerful. See what we can find. Well, if you first pick an Emergent Ultimatum, how do you not pick the Sultai Tri-Land right behind it? It's not like this pack is anything great. Clash is fine. Like, it's a good card, but it's not exciting. Ram Through's the best of the commons in this pack. Seems like a pretty easy triome. Hopefully we'll see this deck. I don't really want to have to jump ship. I will if I need to. But if we're going to try and draft some kind of Sultai control deck, you know what's going to be a really good card for Sultai control here? Ominous Seas. Thank you, Manning. Appreciate the subscription. And we're going to take Ominous Seas and look to draft some sort of Sultai control deck. Dead Weight, definitely at its best in control. Since we already have a Triome, I'm not going to think about a splash. Ultimatum makes you want to be all 3. Triome makes that pretty easy. We'll draft Mana Fixing pretty aggressively, but that's easier to do when you're green. We're just going to look at a blue-black-green Sultai control deck here. We already have a nice win condition. We already have 2 nice win conditions, really. Ominous Seas, turn 2 is a great win condition. Emergent Ultimatum in the late game is a good win condition. Well, I'm not against Bond. I mean, it just, we'll pick it up when it makes sense. Not there. Okay, so if we are going to do a Sultai control, which looks very likely since it does seem like we're seeing these colors, we probably want to start drafting of 1 Minds. Glimmerbell's fine. I would definitely play it. But if we're going to be an Ominous Seas Deadweight deck, then we want to be of 1 Mind. And of course, that means counters. Control decks need good, hard cycling counters, like Neutralize. It's a really strong card in this kind of deck. Whoa, we got a Numot raid. What's up, Numot? How you doing? Good timing. We just started our final draft of the night. We're going to, draft and play this one all the way out. We're drafting a sweet little Sultai control deck here. At the moment, we have an Urgent Ultimatum. We haven't really seen green, but I'm hoping to see some because ramp goes well with the Ultimatum and in these kind of control decks. Our Ominous Seas, blue, black, green stuff so far is looking really good. I do want to get stuff like Greater Sandworm. It's good with the Ultimatum. It's good with Ominous Seas. But we got to take these on-color duels where we can. It's a lot easier to pick up like random cyclers and big creatures, which we have already a good amount of. But if we're going to try and play straight 3, which is kind of the goal, we need to be taking blue-green duels where possible. Remember, Evolving Wilds doesn't even cast Emergent Ultimatum nearly as well as Thornwood Falls does. But of course, Wilds is still useful fixing. Yeah, I guess we did see the ram through. You're right, actually. Schlift. It was right not to take it, but I guess we actually did see decent green in this pack. It was just, we were just not looking for the usual good green cards. You're actually totally right there. Okay, let's see. Do we want Blitz Leech or Moss Coat right now? We don't really do much in the way of early creatures. We already have good late game going. I think we want a nice 2/4 Vigilance to block with early. Hoping we won't use Phase Dolphin, but you never know. You don't want to stall with Thwart the Enemy. You just go down a card. Fog is only for like Nexus of Fate type decks. We'll stall with a 2/4 Vigilance. That's something that can block any early creature just fine. Okay, Honey Mammoth. That's another fine win condition for a Sultai control deck. 6 mana, 6/6. Search it out with Ultimatum. Gain some life. Stabilize if we fall a little behind. So this pack went pretty well. We got a hard counter. We got another win condition. Cheap removal. Good early blocker. Power late game card to go with our Ultimatum for the win. And we got 3 lands. The Triome here, along with the Evolving Wilds and a Thornwood Falls. Dark Bargain is definitely good card drawing for these kind of decks. Nice instant speed card drawing. This pack actually went extremely well for Sultai control. Thank you, Random Blathering. Appreciate the subscription. Nothing too exciting in this pack for us. I really don't like Call of the Death Dweller. Like, it's an okay card. It's good if you have keyword synergies, of course. It's not like when you bring back creatures and you put Menace and Death Touch on them. That's not useful. But we're not an early creature deck. I think Bonder's Enclave might be okay for us. We will have several creatures that trigger it. It's just we're going to be a 3-color deck with an ultimatum, and it's not going to help cast that, so it's not great. Blitz Leech is fine, unexciting, but, you know, it's like Honey Mammoth. It's a filler 6 that's totally fine. This pack really is pretty bad for us. I think I'm going to take the Enclave. Since we are in green in our control deck, hopefully we'll have enough big creatures. So now it's Mentor or Capture Sphere. Mentor giving lifelink is not anything to sleep on in a control deck, but Capture Sphere is still probably just better, right? It has flash and everything. So this pack started out pretty bad for us. Capture Sphere is fine, but not something I'm really looking to second pick here in a 3-color deck. And Bonder's Enclave, I don't even know if we're going to play or not. I don't think it's particularly good for this deck. It's a good card for like a green-red deck or something, where you're like pressuring the opponent, and then when you don't have anything else to do with your mana, you can just draw extra cards. In a control deck, like they're going to be pressuring us. We don't expect our 6/6 to live necessarily. I mean, it is a land. I'm not saying we won't play it, but given we also have the ultimatum, I'm not sure if we're going to play Bonder's Enclave or not. Okay, I don't think we can do anything with Winota, sadly. We are Sultai, and it is red-white. Of One Mind and Gust of Wind are fine. Adorable Coilbug is fine. It's a recursive creature, throw in front of things. I think Of One Mind is still the right pick here. We don't have that much card drawing. And it's really good with Ominous Seas. Thank you, Fairy Inc. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for the support. So last pack went really well. This pack's not going especially well. Boot Nipper's fine. If you play that on turn 2, you play Lifelink, gain some life. If you draw it later, it's Death Touch and can trade with things. Mystic Subdual is also fine. I'm not going to take a third of One Mind when we have a Dark Bargain already over like the 2-drops. I think we just want the Boot Nipper, but it might be Subdual. Subdual and Boot Nipper are both fine, like trick-type removal. It's nice to have some proactive stuff. I think the Boot Nipper's a little better than the Subdual in this deck. It's close, for sure. Hey, another Neutralize. That's a really nice pickup for our late-game-oriented deck. I'm always happy about that. Looter's okay, too. I wouldn't be against it, but I also don't love it. We're looking to make our land drops forever, so we're not looking to loot away lands. It does trigger Omnis Seas every turn. Windmill Slam, Blood Curdle, of course. Now we just grab a blue-black duel. Like I said, stuff like Mammoth and Goriok, they're playable. They're not exciting for a control deck. Like, they're totally fine cards, but we want to pick up our on-color duels where we can. Space Godzilla looks fine again as well. Not going to be great in this deck, but we have a few small creatures. Feel similarly about Blitz Leech. Actually kind of like the Mentor. It works well with the lifelink there, and we can give lifelink to something else. Coilbug is fine. Yeah, it looks like we're not seeing a lot of green. Not sure how this is going to shake out in Pack 3. As somebody in the chat pointed out, we did actually pass 2 Ram-Throughs in Pack 1, I think. So we'll see if we see green in Pack 3 or not. If not, we might go blue-black. We might have to cut the ultimatum. That will be sad, but it might be correct. Looks like a fine blue-black control deck. We have the mana to just play all 3. Because, I mean, we have Thornwood, Triome, Evolving Wilds, Backwater. So we don't know how Pack 3 is going to go. Yeah, Emergent Ultimatum's good. I mean, you choose the cards. So you're getting 2 big things for 7 mana, and the other one goes back in your deck. It's definitely good. Don't get me wrong. Look, it's not like Jeskai Ultimatum or Mardu Ultimatum. But if you search out Blitz Leech, Honey Mammoth, and, I don't know, another one of those type cards, that's a really good turn. Like, you know, it's a good card. Take it easy. We'll have to see how Pack 3 goes. We're positioned to play blue-black or Sultai. It's just going to depend what's around. You can't because it's non-gold card. It's one-color cards. Alright, Mechagodzilla's great. Boon would be awesome for this deck. This is a Boon deck all the way. But I think Mechagodzilla is just a better card. Like,
That's just a good 3-drop. It blocks, it attacks well. It does everything well. It doesn't matter what colors you are. It doesn't matter whether you're defensive or aggressive. Mechagodzilla just does everything well. Boone I'd really like. Otter would be good too with this much removal. Capture Sphere and Heron are still fine, but I think it's just Mechagodzilla by a lot here. Now let's see if we have enough creatures to show for charge or not, because I don't know the answer to that, and this pack doesn't offer us much. So what's going to be in our hand? Well, that's 8, that's 6, and that's 6. And we have a lot of card drawing. I actually think charge will work out as good removal in our deck, because even if we don't have a creature to show on turn 3, we'll just play our card drawing, and we are going to have, like, expensive creatures, not cheap creatures. So charge actually works out pretty well in a deck that wants to play creatures late and not early. So I want Godzilla and Farfinder both pretty bad here. Godzilla's, you know, something to search out with Ultimatum. It's good with charge. Farfinder's a nice drop for a control deck to keep my land count down and hit my drops. But it is pack 3. Might be time to take Godzilla to have to hit with the Ultimatum. Plus it cycles, so that can help you hit your land drops if you draw it early. So, clearly green was open in pack 3. Again, I forget your name, but great read. Whoever in pack 1 realized that I just happened to not take the green cards because they didn't fit my strategy as well as some other cards this draft. But green was wide open. Good read. Empathy's not going to be great for us. We're not really a creature deck. I think this is between charge and Triome. This is still a 2-on Triome, and this is good removal. Given we just drafted more fatties, I think we just want the charge. It's just good removal. Okay, so now do we want Sandworm? Or do we want Of One Mind or Otter? Probably not Of One Mind. Probably just Sandworm, to be honest. We need fatties to show for these charges now. We can always cycle them, which also works with the Ominous Seas. Now we can grab another Honey Mammoth. Wow, now we can grab a Farfinder or Zagath Crystal. I want both of those cards. Can I have them both? I mean, we're not a Mentor deck. I'm not actually sure. I mean, a Mutate deck. I'm not actually sure whether Farfinder or Zagath Crystal is better for us. They're both great for us. Yeah, we want both of these. They're both excellent cards for our deck. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I think it's the Crystal. We have a million expensive cards we really want to ramp out to, and the Cycling Crystal is just great for us. I don't think we're going to play the Bell with no Mutate. Will we play a Poacher? Do I already have one? No. Because we do have a lot of big creatures to sack for life. I might play the Poacher. I don't think we're going to play any of these. I don't think it matters. None of those are going to make our deck. Otter's still good, though. We have plenty of removal. Otter's just a good card. You could play the Mole, but we just don't need a 3-mana 3/3. So there's 5 lands here, so that's 25. This will still just be like a 16 to 17 land deck, even though it's a control deck, because we have a lot of cyclers. This cycles, this cycles, this cycles, like most of our fatties cycle. Ooh, another Otter. Well, that's a nice pickup. I still love these Otters. Probably not going to play another bargain, but we'll see when we lay it out. There's no way this Glimmerbell is going to make it. So we have to cut like 3 cards or so. Because, like I said, we have 5 lands here, so it's at 27. Convolute's playable, but it's not very good. And we have double neutralize, so there's no way Convolute's going to make our deck. I do love Otter's Killenstein. The ultimatums are all pretty much fine. I mean, the Abzan one is good. The Jeskai and Mardu ones are, like, totally game-winning. The Sultai one's good. I mean, we're going to get 2 big creatures out of it, and we can gain life or whatever we need. We can go get removal spells, too. Like, we can get 3 good cards every time. Thank you, J. Cho. Appreciate the subscription. So, let's assume we can play 16 lands, because we have a ton of Cyclers and Crystal. That means 5, 9, 12, 17. We're going to have enough to do. I'm just cutting this Enclave. I don't think that's what we're looking for. But I think we will play 16. So we still have to cut one more land because it just automatically added one. I'll do the mana later, but that means we have to cut 3 cards. So what 3 cards are we looking to cut? We have a lot of 3s, so we can probably get rid of this Goriak. It's pretty mediocre. Mentor looks alright. This can get lifelink. Pump the Otters. Bootnipper can have lifelink. Yeah, we can cut a bargain. We don't need 2 of those, I don't think. Do we have humans and non-humans? Not really. We're just non-humans. Let's just cut an of 1 mind. Yeah, I'll play a 1 of 1 mind and 1 bargain. Alright, looks good to me. Let's do the mana. We're basically just a 3-color deck. We want pretty even of all 3. Maybe a little more of blue. Yeah, you're right. Bargain doesn't trigger Seas. Maybe I should just get rid of Bargain. I don't really want more card drawing. Well, Bargain's pretty good. It's going to help me find like counters and late game stuff. And Bargain is an instant, so it plays well with Neutralize. Let's go with 1 and 1. I'm not even sure if we don't want 2 Bargains and no of 1 Minds. Because we are going to have our mana up for Neutralize and Bargain sometimes. I think we want to play 1 Bargain. Let's go. I think it's 1 and 1. No, the Mammoths are good. I'm not cutting the Mammoths. I want the life, the win condition, the big creature to show with charge, the thing to search out with ultimatum. We have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have plenty of early stuff. I mean, I wouldn't hate like the Goriak back in. But I think we want the 1 bargain. The 1/6 crab's fine, yeah. Alright, so we need, I think it's close. We need a little bit, we want to be pretty even, but we need a little more blue if anything. But for the most part, we just want even of all 3 colors with this deck. So let's see. 6, so we're currently, I'm not going to count the Triome because we're even on all our colors, and that produces all 3 colors. Same with the Wilds. So let's see where that leaves us. 3, 4, 5 blue, 3, 4 black, and then 7 green, so we have too much green. So we need to go 2 green out for an island and a swamp, I think, and that should work. Remember, the land counts are better than that. I just moved 2 tri-lands out, and we have the tri-crystal. But we're looking for about even of the 3, and if there's going to be an extra 1 of 1, it's going to be blue. So this is now 6 blue, 5 green, 5 black. Perfect. 6 blue, 5 green, 5 black, which in reality, with 2 more of each right here, is 8, 7, 7. And then also we have like a bunch of cyclers and the crystal. 16 lands because we have so many cycling cards. Sultai Control with the ultimatum, some removal. Don't forget, we have those 2 charges. We have plenty of big bodies, so they're pretty good removal. And then if we draw a bunch of big bodies, we'll just cycle the ones that aren't Mammoth. You don't want to have too many expensive non-cyclers, but we don't. A lot of our expensive cards cycle. I mean, the bargain doesn't work with the Seas, but it's also just a lot more powerful of a card if you're paying 3 for of 1 mind. Also, we have 2 neutralizes, so instants work better with neutralize. So I think it's pretty close. I don't want to deal myself too much damage, but I also want to look at 3 cards and choose 2 as opposed to just looking at 2. And more importantly, I want to be able to leave my mana open, play neutralize if they play something good, play dark bargain if they don't. Remember, we have, like, no humans. Like, we have 1 life, the 1 black mentors, like, maybe our only human, or maybe we have, like, 1 more. If of 1 mind was going to cost 1, like, ever, I would definitely play of 1 mind here. But everything doesn't have to synergize with Seas. I mean, there is other synergies in our deck, like neutralize, for example. Okay, so we're clearly getting a forest. This way we can cycle the Godzilla in our hand and keep going, assuming we don't draw a land. We need 1 more land pretty badly. If we get stuck on 3, it's not great, but we can charge creatures. I guess I have to draw another creature too, but if I don't draw a land in 2 cards, then hopefully I drew a creature. There's plenty of creatures in this deck. Nah, this isn't like a 14 or 15. This isn't like the cycle deck. We still want to make our land drops. Like, 16 was the right number, whether we get screwed or not. Like, we have plenty of cycling. 16 in this deck is like the equivalent of 18 in a non-cycling format. But this is not a deck that wants to play, like, no lands or anything. Like, this is a deck that's looking to hit its mana up to 7. Like, this is a deck that, if not for cycling and crystal and stuff, would play 18 lands. So, I mean, I'm pretty confident we didn't want to go below 16. For a little wild beast. What is this thing? +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Sacrifice a creature, search a library for a creature, convert mana cost X or less, put it on the battlefield. Pretty strong card. So if I capture Sphere it, that pretty much takes care of it. I didn't get an on-tap land, so I can't capture Sphere this turn, but that's fine. Obviously, we'll put this out. I don't know if I want Death Touch or Lifelink here. I guess Death Touch stops the big one from attacking this turn, and that's probably more life than I'll gain with Lifelink. I don't know, Burnator. I run ads in chats, which I really appreciate how many people hang around to let me show some ads and talk to me during that period. During the Magic content, I'm not really about it. Okay, so I think Blood Curdle can kill anything, Capture Sphere can kill anything. I think we want to charge this while we have a creature. Especially because we're looking to cycle this. So this turn, let's just charge away their only good creature. We're still taking 2 a turn, but hopefully we can run them out of threats. Well, Capture Sphere doesn't get rid of the ability, but it's a tap ability. So if it's tapped, then they can't really use it. Alright, that's what we wanted. We ran them out of threats. I want to play Godzilla, but I'm more interested in making land drops. So I'm going to cycle first. Let's see if we can get a... Actually, maybe I'll just bargain. If I bargain, I'll find lands for sure. But I'll take 2 and then 2 more down to 4. There's not really much that's going to lethal me, right? I think I should just bargain here. Yeah, the 5/5 haste is lethal. Good beats. Alright, I'm taking the land so I can play one now and one next turn. I'm not interested in the crystal. It is true that a mutate could lethal me, but if they had a mutate creature, they'd play it last turn. They have to top deck it. Yuck. I don't know. I don't know if that was right or wrong, but I had, like, what am I going to do? Like, pass the turn and miss my land drop? Or just play a 3/3, have it die to removal, and miss my land drop? So, I mean... I know that was greedy, but I think it was still probably correct. Well, they're not holding a mutate creature. They would have played it on the previous turn. The goal is not to live for another turn. I needed to make my land drops. And if I fall to 2 in the process, I can never cast Bargain. Well, I can't really do anything with the removal. What am I going to kill? The 2/2 that comes back? If there was another good creature left to kill, I probably would have. I mean, I think my play was right. If their hand is removal, if they don't have like an instant threat, I take 2 more, I go to 4, I make my land drops, and then I turn the game very soon. I'm pretty sure that play was right. I know it didn't work out, but it's not like they could be holding a mutate creature. They would have played it last turn. Like, they'd have to top deck a mutate creature, or top deck like the 5/5 haste, or be holding Blitz Leech. Haven't I taught y'all that greed is good by now? Play to win. Don't be afraid to lose. Yes, but I can't hold up instant speed removal and make my land drop that turn. So, definitely not going to counter that. We'll just cycle. I'm going to get some water, though.
Sorry about that. Just needed some water. So, still no black land. Ben's not dead. I'm okay. Just talking a lot, and I didn't refill my water cup for a while. It was good to know y'all as well. So, I mean, we just need a swamp, and then we can kill the only threat in play. These games are not, like, lining up well for us. Like, if I had a swamp this game, it wouldn't have been close. Like, I would have just played on curve, all this good stuff. So, do I want to do it now? I guess I can bug and leave up a counter. If they do counter it, it's really bad for me. I think this turn I'll bug and leave up neutralize. I don't mind tapping out afterwards, so if they play something, I can neutralize it, and then I can on-tap and blood curdle the flyer. I don't think I can counter that. I mean, I can start to recover and erase because I can give lifelink to the bug and leave up neutralize again. And then even though I'm taking a hit for 4, I'm gaining 2 back. And if I get to 7, then I can blood curdle and neutralize up. And they keep leaving 2 up. I feel like there's a decent chance they have keep safe here. I mean, maybe they don't and they're just representing it. But we'll see. If they scatter, I can neutralize. But unfortunately, I'm 1 short of blood curdle. But I need to force action. So let's counter that. Now we have a growing lifelink creature they're going to probably have to deal with, and probably can. But then if we can kill their flyer, then the game will just come down to us topping. I mean, we have, like, we're farthest away from Ultimatum. Our deck is loaded with fatties, honey mammoths, all that good stuff. Hi, Goddard Hazard. They do have some cards in hand. I assume they're going to have some business, but what can you do? I guess now we'll find out. Hopefully they don't have that keep safe. I mean, I don't have any choices now. If I draw the other neutralize, that's great. But otherwise, I have to cast the Blood Curdle unless I find something else to deal with the Lord Dracus. Oh, I think they forgot to attack, which is cool. But either way, there's no reason to let them on tap. That just turns on more cards. Hopefully it was just scatter and not keep safe. Please die. Please die. Thank you. Now, we do still need to draw some business as we're kind of flooding out, but we can bring back the bug, and they don't have threats for now, so we'll see. Okay, clearly we want to cycle that. Seems more valuable to dig up something good. Nah, we'll just dig up the bug and play it and cycle that next turn because they're probably holding removal or counters or something. So this turn, I think I like bringing back the bug. Is there any reason for me to hold the island? There isn't, right? I don't have any, like, looting effects. I don't have, like, discard draw type effects. But I do have card drawing. Yeah, but I have a lot of green sources, and I'm flooded, and I don't have business. My deck is loaded with fatties. So clearly I want to cycle the crystal. Like, if I draw Ultimatum and don't draw a Forest soon, then I'm drawing all other spells. Okay, so let's start by cycling the cheaper of the two, see what we get. We want to have double green up for sure, so let's manually tap a blue and a black, see what we get off that. And there's the Ultimatum. Now I don't know whether I want to cycle this Triome or not. I mean, what counters can they have? You can't scatter it. You could convolute it. I can't pay 4. I'm still going to cycle. There's plenty of green sources in there. If I don't draw green sources, then I'm probably drawing other stuff to do. Hey, the 1 mana draw 2. Yeah, like, they might neutralize it or convolute it. I don't want to, like, only have to rely on the ultimatum. They're not going to tap out. They have a million lands. So, like, we'll see what they have. I have no idea. But for now, I'm going to charge their looter because they probably have some lands they'd like to loot away. Even though it means I can't play Honey Mammoth, I can still play it next turn. And since I have another charge in hand, I'm not in a rush to play out my last creature anyway. I'll still do it next turn. Like, if next turn I don't draw, like, you know, if they don't play a creature, I'll play Honey Mammoth. There's plenty more creatures in my deck. But I do want to charge away the 1/2 looter here first. No clue. I mean, if they had Convolute, they'd probably counter the draw 2. I don't know if they would neutralize it, because they're probably worried about Convolute being dead. Okay, I'm going to charge that and then play Honey Mammoth. And then next turn we can ultimatum. I know I could ultimatum now, but again, they do have Convolute mana up. I'm much more interested in double spelling here. I'm pretty sure they have no counters. If they had a counter, they would counter Honey Mammoth for sure. So next turn we'll fire the Emergent Ultimatum. Alright, well, now I'm prepared to try. I don't think they have a counter. They would have countered Honey Mammoth, but even if they do, we'll just attack after. Good beats. Like, whatever. So we get any 3, and then they put 1 back in our deck, and we get the other 2. So we probably want Blitz Leech, since they have a 2/2 out, and it's pretty big anyway. And then we can't take 2 removal, right? Or they can just give us both of those. So we'll just take, like, the Giant Godzilla and the Honey Mammoth for life, in addition to the Blitz Leech. Before the chat tells me how I miss lethal, I'm well aware if I did take 2 removal, they're dead if they don't have anything. We're at 18, and we have a massive board. We're not worried about the situation where they don't have anything. That's never the situation I'm worried about. Like, not in this spot. Like, I don't need to lethal them here. If they have removal, that's what I want to, like, mitigate. I cycled the other Godzilla earlier. I have the green one, too. But I cycled it. I have a lot of Godzillas. I've got the green one, the black one, and Mecha. Godzilla Tribal. Hey, that's our second Lord Dracus. That's pretty nice blue-red spells with Sprite Dragon and double Lord Dracus and all good spells. Aren't ultimatums supposed to be hard to cast? Every time I draft one, I just play it like every game. I'm glad the missed attack didn't cost them. They never had the ability to get in more damage after that, so the missed attack didn't matter. Alright, this isn't the turbo cycling deck. We need to make land drops. We have to mold a one-lander.
That's better. What are we going to bottom? We want to keep 3 lands pretty bad. I guess we just bottom the expensive spell. It's disappointing because this game could definitely drag out with us having deadweight on the draw. But we could also just win with Godzilla and Otter, so we probably have to bottom the ultimatum. It makes me sad, but it has to happen. And I'm not going to deadweight the Scorpion because I want to deadweight things that can block the Otter. We could also shuffle with Wilds and then get it back from that. That's true. So they could double block the Otter with 2 Scorpions. So I think I'm going to play the Godzilla first. See if we can get that online. Hopefully it doesn't get scattered, but I got to get that going. Remember, we're not relying on that to win. Our deck is like all win conditions. This is not like some kind of cheap aggro deck, but this is our most powerful card. We have Godzilla Tribal, plus Emergent Ultimatum, plus 2 Honey Mammoths. Boo. Okay, let's see. So I want to play the Triome because I now have a good 6. So we can play like Otter and Deadweight this turn, or we can play like Bargain this turn, or we can play Triome and Otter. I guess Triome and Otter makes sense. Dark Bargain draws more cards. And now that I actually have a 6 to put out, I think the Otter stops the 1-2 attacking. If they attack with the Menace one, then they only have a 1-2 up. If they play a 2 toughness creature, maybe I can deadweight and get in. Either way, I have double black next turn. I can spend all my mana on Deadweight and Bargain. And then I've got the Mammoth after that. I don't want to get too low with these Scorpions in play. So if I don't draw anything to do, I'll deadweight the Menace one here. Okay, cool. And then end of their turn, we can bargain. And then we got Honey Mammoth and our late game online. I really wish that I just didn't mulligan this game, because I could have had that ultimatum in my hand, and I'm not very far from casting it. But we already used all the other cards that were in our opening hand. I think it's pretty clear I had to bottom that one. So let's see. I guess, like, I want Charge and Honey Mammoth. And then I can still Honey Mammoth before charging because I have 2. So that makes a lot of sense. And lands are almost dead for me at this point, so I don't really need to draw 2. And now I can slam a Honey Mammoth. Hopefully it resolves. They didn't scatter earlier. No clue whether they have them or not. They look to be a black-red deck for the most part. And then obviously, if they kill it, I may have to charge off the Ceratops before playing the other Mammoth. But I'm at 13. I'm not like... If they kill it and hit me for 4, I'm back to 9. I'm facing just a 1-2. Well, that's kind of scary. Don't know what the spells left in their hand are. Don't know if I'm just playing boxy here. I'm probably not expecting people to cast that as opposed to cycle it with 2 cards in their hand. This is an interesting turn. I guess I can cycle the Omniseas. With how much late... Like, obviously on turn 2, Omniseas is broken. But with how much late game I have, I could cycle it, and I could cycle the Omniseas and charge. I could also just attack for 6 and play Honey Mammoth. I do have plenty more big creatures, and I have Omniseas to cycle and try and draw stuff. But I gotta believe that they're holding, like, a removal spell or something, because they just played Shark Typhoon. I think I want to cycle, kill the Ceratops, which is only going to keep growing, and then use the charge while I have a creature to show. I should not do this pre-combat. That's just giving away information.
Now, post-combat, okay, no real decisions. Attack, play the Honey Mammoth. Gonna need to draw some stuff here. I mean, this deck is loaded for the late game, but Ultimatum's on the bottom, which is actually good because we don't have 3 green anyway. But we do have, you know, the black and the green Godzillas, as well as Blood Curdle of One Mind. Well, we already got through that. Sandworm, yep. So Death Touch doesn't really help us, but an 8/8 does. This just looks pretty standard here. We're going to attack with both. They can trade, but these off for them, but there's nothing I can really do about that. And this is good. That's going to clear the way for the bigger creature. That's why I'm making this attack. If they choose to take one of them, I've got the Godzilla back for blocks. If they block both, then I'm clearing the way for a bigger attack anyway. And if I draw removal, they have a 4/4 Shark I'd rather kill than the 3/2 Death Touch. Definitely need them to brick here. I go to 7. It's not looking great. If they brick and I draw another good threat, I could win. I could also just draw my removal. Like, I have Blood Curdle. But I definitely need to draw stuff. Well, that's good enough to attack. So one more draw step. I don't think holding the land accomplishes anything. Hopefully we can draw Blood Curdle. Blitz Leech, I think, actually kind of works. Not that we can lethal them, but it'll put a 5/2 in play, and I'll only take 2 from that and go to 1. But I know I have a Blood Curdle, I have a Blitz Leech. Well, Lifelink works. Unfortunately, they drew their own 8/8 Death Touch, so now they're just going to be able to trade. But I've got to gain the 8 life, and I've got the bug back to block, so they can't take it. So, okay. That would have been game-winning if they didn't draw their own Space Godzilla. But it does buy me a bunch more time. I can't send the Coil Bug 2, really. I mean, maybe I can. No, I can't, because they can hit me back for 8. Well, I mean, I guess I have the Mentor to chump with, but... Well, they could have just took the damage, took the 8, and then hit me back with their 8/8. I mean, I guess I have the Mentor to chump with, but if they find removal, I just die. And I don't need the 2 damage that much. They're at 17. Hey, there's the Curdle. Okay. Stalemate on. I mean, they have Shark Typhoon out, so I can't say I love a stalemate here, but could be worse. I mean, it's not like my deck doesn't have power. Boo. Draw a land once in a while. Come on. I know they have Facet Reader, but I have Blitz Leech. I have cards. Ultimatum's still on the bottom. We don't have a lot of ways to shuffle. We have one Evolving Wilds that comes to mind, plus the Ultimatum. I'm just going to fill my water cup again. Feel like my throat's kind of dry. Alright, let's see what's going on. Another 2-2 double, 3-2 double strike. I probably can't capture Spear Facet Reader at this point. There's no way I can attack. Probably have to capture Sphere the Wolverine or the Flyer. I'm at 7, so I probably have to do the Flyer, unless they do anything surprising. What is this? Well, I'm trying to deck them anyway, I think, for the most part. Assume they have infinite instants and sorceries. I guess if I kill the Facet Reader now, it's just a big body. But also, they have 11 cards left in their deck. How many spells do they have left? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So they have like 4 spells left. I think I let that out. I think I just want to capture Sphere the Flyer. Because I have a lot of big ground creatures and stuff like that. One, two, three, 4, 6. Probably should have done it last turn, but yeah, I think I need to capture Sphere the Flyer. Well, land is no help. Life is not good. The MPL, I mean, the MPL streaming contracts are done with. That was a 1-year thing. I got demoted to Rivals anyway, but MPL and Rivals don't have streaming contracts this year. I am continuing to stream on, sponsored by Team Fade to Karma. And yes, I have no plans to stop streaming anytime soon. I can't promise I'll stream forever. Obviously, it depends on, you know, my situation. But at the moment, I plan to stream on indefinitely. So this is really bad now. I have to block the 2 big ones. I do have the best stream sponsor there is, Quad Jacks. In addition to being a member of the greatest esports team there is, Fade to Karma. Wow, I am super dead. Can I mill 6 cards? Probably not. Man, this deck's so sweet. I'm going to have to draw a little better, go on a run. That makes us 1 and 2, right? Well, not great, not horrible, but we can go get our swamp, and then we'll see if we draw forest, whether we'll cycle or play the crystal. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not great, but it's got the cheap cards early, which is obviously what you want. They have a Lutri. Free 3-2. Companion is such a powerful mechanic. Lutri itself isn't particularly impressive, but just the fact that they're up a 3-2 is already scary.
I count wilds as one of each source, but not necessarily for ultimatum, where you need like such exactsies. You know what I mean? Like if you need to draw Mechagodzilla, make sure you always play this pre-combat. If you're a practiced player, you may get an experience of playing your creatures post-combat because it's right 90% of the time. But this picks up an ability even before it can attack, so you want to play this pre-combat. But yeah, I don't count wilds that well, like as a try towards ultimatum, but I do normally, because I can search out like whatever kind of mana I'm missing, my splash or one of my mains. Obviously, it's not like a dual land that's perfect and might cast, you know, you can't cast 3 colors worth of cards off 2 lands, including wilds. But under normal circumstances, it's going to get you what you need most of the time, but not perfectly for an ultimatum. Okay, we drew a 6. We already have bargain. I'm going to go ahead and play the crystal here. Now, if we draw land, we can mammoth. If not, we'll bargain or whatever. No decisions here. Definitely slamming Mammoth this turn. This has Flying, Menace, and Trample. Okay. You are, as somebody in the chat mentioned, always hoping to spike Hexproof as early as possible, because then they can't take care of it. Obviously, I mean, at the moment, they'd have to spend a second removal, so that's not that bad for me. But I would still like it to get Hexproof. So if I deadweight the Nipper, they can get a card, but if I don't, they can block the Honey Mammoth. So we definitely got to deadweight the Nipper. And then we have enough mana to play Bargain but not Nipper, or Nipper but not Bargain. So I think first and foremost, let's go ahead and cast Dark Bargain. I mean, I'm not going to take lands unless it makes a lot of sense. It's not important that I get the Nipper out right now. But we are a forest away from an ultimatum. I don't think I need to neutralize here. I don't even have 2 blue up. So, alright, let's go proactive. Deadweight the Nipper. And we should be slamming ultimatum for the win next turn unless something very surprising happens. I actually don't think I'm going to play the Boot Nipper, because there is that 4/4 Menace for 5 that makes you discard a card. So I don't want to go land Boot Nipper, and this 2/1 Death Touch does nothing in play. Whereas a black-red deck, I mean, they have to be playing Memory Leak. Like, they can't counter the ultimatum. So I'm not playing the land, and I'm not playing the Nipper. I'm holding them as discard protection. And next turn, I'm just going to slam land ultimatum, and we're not going to lose. We're already up on board. If I go search out 2 Godzillas and a Honey Mammoth, or 2 Godzillas and a Blood Curdle or whatever, this game is over. Yeah, they're different Godzillas. So Blitz Leech looks pretty great, and then I assume that and the 2 Godzillas. If nothing else, the style points matter. But they have a 3/2, so we'll grab Blitz Leech and the 2 Godzillas.
It's pretty nice. We don't even lose the green one. It just gets shuffled back in. So we could still draw it again if they do somehow manage to stabilize. Everything but hexproof. No shocker there. I'm not going to send the bug because they have to have removal like Blood Curdle for the Mammoth. If they don't, like, we just auto-win anyway. Like, even this, like, they're still losing their only creature. They don't have a sweeper next turn. Yeah, you don't sandbag Mechagodzilla. That's a really good point, Ruffia. Crystalline Giant here, Mechagodzilla, it's like Nadir Kraken, where you play it turn 3, get your ability right away, hope they don't have removal. You don't sandbag it, because it's a powerful card, but it takes a long time to take over a game. So it's not one you want to wait on. It's one you just want to slam. And now they're dead, right? Still never hexproof. Every ability but hexproof. Looks fine. Not great, not horrible, but we got our tri-land here. We'll have to play it, of course. Thank you, Bite Marks. Appreciate the subscription. Hope they're at least in places you can cover up by wearing a shirt or something like that. Obviously, they're not going to ban Hexproof, and obviously, also, they should. Hexproof sucks. Hexproof is the worst. Cycling, we have the 2 greatest mechanics ever on display here. Cycling is the GOAT. Hexproof is the WOT, the worst of all time. Alright, let's just slam our weapon here on turn 3, our Crystalline Giant. See what we get. Hopefully hexproof, but let's get it going. Vigilance. We needed +1/+1 or hexproof to dodge that prophecy. Never lucky, I know. I'm no LSV. One day I'll learn how to be lucky. Hand's still pretty good. We can Blitz Leech away the Facet Reader. We can kill a creature. We can counter a spell in the meantime. Should we counter that? Yeah, probably. Because if we Blood Curdle next turn, we then have 2 6s. So we just kind of want to spend our mana. I don't want to fall behind, but like I'm going to Blitz Leech the Facet Reader, so obviously I'm not going to Curdle it. So I didn't see a reason to put out Bug instead of leaving Curdle up here. If they play anything good, I'll just Curdle it. If they play nothing, I don't care about this Bug being in play or not. And then as soon as I draw land 6, I can Blitz Leech the Reader to stop the looting. And then I have Honey Mammoth afterwards. While I do want land 6, I am only 1 land away, so I'm going to be greedy and cycle the Crystal. If I'm not drawing lands, I'm drawing spells or more cyclers or something. Or more 6-drops. But again, we're only 1 land away, and we're holding a hard removal, and we're under no pressure, so... I know I'm greedy, but maybe they deal with all my threats. They're playing a Grixis deck. They have a Looter out. It's not like there's some kind of little white-green creature deck. Plenty of green sources in here. Remember, like, if we don't draw a green, that's okay. As soon as we hit 6, we want to Blitz Leech and get rid of the Facet Reader. And then we can also deal with their first good threat with Blood Curdle. So, like, it's not like we need to Honey Mammoth soon. It's not like we're at 2 and they have something ticking dealing us damage. The first 6 we want to play is Blitz Leech. And then if we have to Blood Curdle a good creature instead of Honey Mammothing, who cares? So, like, yes, I want land 6, but... I also just don't want to lose this game to Flood, and I have plenty to do in the meantime. Like, I'm looking to draw a Forest in, like, 4 cards or something. So they have enough mana for any counter besides Voracious Great Shark. So if they don't tap their mana, I'm going to up... No, wait, I can't upkeep the Facet Reader, because then they can still just use it again. So I'm just going to play Blitz Leech. They have plenty of mana, so it's not like it's a big deal to me whether they scatter now or scatter on their turn. And I couldn't really care less about eating a Farfinder. I'm much more interested in not letting them loot away another dead land. I mean, I think Jeskai and Mardu are both just, like, pretty much win the games. And then I think Abzan and Sultai are both quite good, too. No, I don't like the in-game sounds. I don't like any sounds. I mean, sometimes when I'm playing alone, I'll put on music in the background, but usually it's if, like, it's really just, like, to have feel like I'm in a lively environment. When I'm really, like, trying to learn and focus and stuff, I don't even hear the music. Like, I'm the kind of person, like, I'll be playing, like, poker or Magic with, like, you know, headphones on or something. A whole song will play, and I won't hear one word or even realize the song played. I don't know, like, how normal that is or isn't, but I'm pretty good at focusing on what I'm doing. Okay, so for now, we'll just leave up Neutralize and then buy back Bug. There's no reason to kill... Well, maybe we will kill Lutri because it has Menace. I didn't realize that. But either way, we're going to leave up Neutralize, and then we can make those decisions. So for now, I think I'll get back Bug, see what we draw. We're playing Counter Bug. Now let's see. I think we want to just start playing Mammoths. Because if they resolve a better creature, we have the Curdle, and Lutri's only medium. If we get into a position where we can play Bug with Neutralize and Blood Curdle up, then that's really good for us. I assume they're going to have some removal or something. But I'm not that scared to drop shields right now, because I have the Blood Curdle. Counter Bug. I'm definitely not going to block. They could have that Deadeye. Oh, they both have Menace, so I don't even have the option to block. Okay, so they didn't actually represent that. Okay, so now I'm not going to play the second Mammoth now that I have 8. I'm going to play the Bug, because now I can double block Lutri. Mammoth stops Lava Serpent, and if they play like a removal,
I have my counter up, but I probably won't even counter removal. I'll probably just Blood Curdle the Serpent, because I'm only one land away from playing the Mammoth with Neutralize up, and I don't really need both these Mammoths. My deck is built for the late game. I've got Black Godzilla, Green Godzilla, I've got Emergent Ultimatum, 7/7 Sandworm, so many heavy hitters in this deck. So what I'm trying to do is stabilize. Obviously, I'll attack with the 6/6 if it ends up being a game-winning situation. Like, for example, if I draw a land next turn, I can attack with the 6/6. If they go for a double block, I can just Blood Curdle one of them. But I don't want to have to neutralize something that isn't, like, really game-winning out of them, because I'm in a very good position now. Okay, so now I'm going to attack with the 6/6. Well, actually, I need to make sure this resolves first. So not this turn, next turn, I'll start attacking. I guess they could Extinction Event. I mean, obviously I have a counter, so they'd have to have another counter back, which there aren't a lot. They'd have to have, like, their own Neutralizer Convolute. Also, their biggest thing is even 2 at the moment. I think we're winning by enough now that we can attack with both. We've been pretty conservative, but I'm not worried that they, like, chump and take 6 and attack back. I can always just chump, cycle, and give Death Touch and kill the 5/5 for 3 mana, draw a card. Obviously, I'm not looking to cycle Space God, because now I have enough mana to cast it. But if that comes up, I'm down. If they double block, then I'm no longer worried about the attack back. I am kind of worried about Extinction Event, because they did just chump with the even. They'll probably just, like, Prophecy end a turn or something. But for now, I have 4, 8, 10 mana. I'm 1 land away from Space Godzilla plus Neutralize up. So I'm not going to do anything about that now. Remember, I went all the way back to 19 with the 8 life from the Mammoths. These little creatures just don't concern me. I'll take 4, then I can attack back for 8. If I draw a land, I can play Space Godzilla. Honestly, that's just not big enough to be meaningful either. Have a 3/6 hexproof, have a 3/6 flyer. This game is about big boys right now, not these little ones. Hexproof, no problem. Now I'm going to attack the 6/6. If they double block, we get them with the Blood Curdle. Well, I can counter the Mutate creature. I also can give something Death Touch. So Prophecy does draw a card and kill my 6/3 now. We already ate a Lutri. I think we want to counter that. Wasn't hoping to save it for better stuff than this, but we got a pretty good amount of value there. Now that the counter's out of our hand, we can also just start slamming our fatties.
Gonna play the giant odd trampler first. I'm not sure what spell you want me to use before blocking. I mean, I didn't really want to just blood curdle anything. If they didn't have the prophecy and they double blocked, then I'd blood curdle the 3/2, and the 6/6 would eat the 3/6. Trample, Death Touch can ensure lethal, also just attacking. Oh, you're talking about the opponent? Yeah, it's worse first removal, would be the reason. Rock Slide can kill most things, but not Godzilla. No, I'm not going for Trample, Death Touch. The only sweeper is Extinction Event, and this is even, and the big one is odd. So, and I mean the White Cataclysm, but that's, you know, again, I would get to keep one. So I'm going to just play the extra fatty. Like I said, those Honey Mammoths, they felt like our late game. Honey Mammoths are our mid game. Honey Mammoths are not our late game. Godzillas are our late game. Ultimatums are our late game. Honey Mammoths are our mid game. Huh? Why did I click? Well, I think I misclicked through combat. That was an accident. I'll kill them next turn. Yeah, it was risky to give Death Touch for lethal, because if they have a removal, they're killing both of our best threats. Oh, Mythos. Right, you're right. Thank you, chat. Yes, Mythos with the white spent on it means your creatures can't attack for one turn. You're right. The cycling deck went 7-2. The losses felt closer than the wins, but we went 7-2 with it. Alright, not that bad. We're on the draw. We can cycle the Crystal, or we can cycle the Godzilla. Given we have the ultimatum to ramp out, we'll be cycling Godzilla first. Hopefully casting Crystal and playing turn 6 ultimatum if life is good. It is triple green, and our opening hand lands were green, so it's not unthinkable if we draw lands that we could have a turn 6 ultimatum here. Land, I need one. Alright, well, cycle Sandworm. Last shot to not have to discard and make our land drop. Just in the nick of time. The turn 6 ultimatum dream still lives. It's a lot less bad next turn, because even if we don't draw the land, we can still go Crystal and Deadweight next turn. And then we have Dark Bargain to find more lands. So, do I play Otter, or do I play Crystal and Deadweight when they can get one land right now? Probably Crystal Deadweight. I want to get this Crystal out. If I draw a land, I can Mammoth. If not, I can bargain up more lands. Keep the turn 6 ultimatum dream alive. Fertility is a prime mutate target. I don't care if they get a little value here, because I'm about to play an ultimatum. I just want to slow them down before I ultimato them. Depends on the game, Cocoa Butter. You don't always or never. It depends on how much you're winning by and what you can afford to do. Alright, let's Dark Bargain. Look for those lands. 3 green, 2 black, 2 blue. Sounds good to me. Turn 6 ultimatum, as long as they don't memory leak me. Mission complete. Did you ever doubt me? Come on, chat. Did you ever doubt me? We are going to turn 6 ultimatum. Why do you ever doubt me? So let's see. Should we just get the Godzilla squad? I mean, definitely, right, the two big ones. Blitzleech doesn't kill the creature they played. It's a 3/3. Oh, you can't get colorless cards. So we can't actually get... And we cycled the other one. But So we'll get the Black Godzilla, Honey Mammoth. We don't even have that great of stuff to get. And we just drew a lot of it. And also, what's the next one? Up One Mine, probably. Or Capture Sphere for their 3/3. I guess Capture Sphere for their 3/3. I mean, it's still awesome. And it's still pretty much going to win us the game. But we're just getting like a Honey Mammoth and a Capture Sphere, or the Godzilla and a Capture Sphere, or whatever. This is the last draft of the night for me tonight. Reasons for Capture Sphere overcharge. What is the charge? Maybe it should have been charge. We'd still get to cast it and reveal one of these, right? Okay, so we don't want to drop shields. We have our Ominous Seas ticking. So I'm going to play Otter. We can just sit back on double neutralize, run them out of business. The ultimatum happened. It just wasn't like that impressive. It can be. We had already drawn Green Godzilla and Sandworm, two of our best targets. Dark Bargain's a lot more powerful off it than just draw two. But it's not like it's bad. I mean, it still was very good. We killed a creature and got a giant fatty. Still, like, you know, it was a good card. But it could be better. Okay, so now I'm going to pass. End of their turn, I can leech the Fertilid and then attack for 7. Try and draw cards. I've got my Neutralizes up, and I'm 1 land away from Honey Mammoth with Neutralize up. I don't know, Benny Dubs. I had cereal and yogurt and bread. I mean, it wasn't super duper flashy like some ultimatums. It was still good. I mean, in our deck, it can be really busted. It's just we drew like these 2 cards already. I love Human Draft. I'm so glad we're playing Human Drafts on Arena now. Thank you, Watsy. If we do connect with the Otter, that's triggering the Seas faster. I mean, we basically can't lose here. I'm not going to counter that. Drawing 2 cards a turn is great, but I'm about to put out the Mammoth with Neutralize open. Counter Mammoth. That's our strategy from here on out. Again, there's no reason to counter that. We don't need to end the game quicker. There's not uncounterable spells that they can have to beat me. These cards just don't matter. That one I'm going to counter because they can call protection from even, and then it would actually stop my 6/6 and my 8/8 because they're even also, since they're tokens, they don't have casting cost. I don't think I'm even going to counter this now. This is going off in 2 turns, making an 8/8. Death Toucher trades with the 3/4. I think Neutralize is for better than a Heartless Act right now, to be honest. The second one. I didn't mind spending the first one on something that stops a 6/6. Play it pre-combat, always. See what we can trigger. Hexproof! We did it. First try. Definitely not countering that. Again, it's good. It's not going to win them the game. This is already ticking. I'm making an 8/8 next turn. This will get flying or whatever soon. Who cares? This is for game-winning spells. Sure thing. Could cycle and go for lethal, but why? If they don't have removal, I'll make an 8/8 and block, and if they try and kill it, I'll neutralize that. What are we at now? Hexproof and Trample. If we cycle this and make the 8/8 for the win and they have a removal, it's so bad for us. Like, I don't know how I can lose now. I can neutralize that, and I get an 8/8. So I'm going to make the 8/8 in case I draw a removal, because then I can kill one of these. Let's see what happens at combat. So, Hexproof, Trample, Reach, so they can block it. But if I send the 8/8, the only way they could block the 3/3 would be if they chump the 8/8. I think I just send the 8/8, trade with their 2 creatures, and that clears the way for the Mecha Godzilla. And then I have Honey Mammoth 2, and then I have a Neutralize in case they play some kind of sweeper or broken rare or whatever. They shuffled the Mammoth back in. With the Emergent Ultimatum, I got, like, Mammoth, Capture Sphere, and, like, I don't know, something else. I forget. And they shuffled the Mammoth back in. Yeah, we're not going to counter Fertilid. I wish Companion didn't exist in Limited. It's way too good. It's just an inherently broken mechanic. Starting with an extra card is just too much. What's up, Brains? I might actually counter that. That's pretty much infinite, right? That's big enough to stop the Honey Mammoth. So, now we'll spend our removal. Because it was a tap land, and I didn't have to worry about the discard one. If they mutate it, then they're dead on board. If they cast it, it doesn't make you discard. 2 lands with a cycler. Looks good to me. Companions are totally broken. Because you get them every game. And you get to have an extra card. You get them without spending a card. They're totally broken. I mean, I never think anything is really truly good enough to force. I do think... But here's the thing. Cycling is good enough to force if nobody else is drafting cycling. That's the thing. I've said this before. I'm pretty against forcing because people know what's up. If you ever have a situation where you're the only one who knows about something and other people don't want it, it can be right to force then. Like, if you discover cycling and for some reason other people don't see it, even though all the cards just say, like, when you cycle you get X on them, sure, you can force it. But if 4 people are drafting it in the same pod, your decks aren't going to be very good. That's the whole thing about staying open versus drafting the best archetype. Okay, I'm going to play Ominous Seas here. You want to get this card out as early as possible. We didn't have it turn 2, but it's still a good turn 4. Whether or not they tap Otter, I'm not going to attack with it because they're clearly representing something if they choose not to tap it. Okay, I'm perfectly happy to charge away a tapper. So, post-combat, we'll charge the tapper, play our land. Give them a little preview of the Booty Nipper. Hey, you get to have Crystalline Giant? No fair. So I do want to just make land drops more than anything else. So I think for now we're going to Dark Bargain, work our way up towards our ultimatum. Pretty easy land and Curdle here. We have plenty to do when we do get the mana, assuming they don't hit Hexproof this turn. I can Curdle away that awesome threat. We're not actually that close to the ultimatum because it requires 3 green, but there's plenty of green in there. Narset's good, but perfectly beatable. Please don't hit Hexproof off your Crystalline Giant this one turn, please. Thank you. Oh yeah, Hexproof is gross in every set, and especially strong in this set. Spin the wheel time. Lifelink, I can live with that. You can have 4 life, I don't care. I'm just going to get that out of there. Let's first get this down. Menace and Death Touch, I think. And let's get that out of there now before I take any risks. I'm not looking for any counters to happen. Well, they can't get it back with Boneyard Lurker this turn unless they have a 2-drop to mutate onto. Can't mutate onto humans. If you set it back for a while, that's pretty useful. Obviously, I need a forest, or I can't really do much. Ultimatum's 2 green, Honey Mammoth's 1. Okay, so that's a pretty easy cycle, I think. We're not that close, plus it's a counter on the Ominous. Think I would... No, I don't know. Do I leave Neutralize up here or not? Well, let's see if I hit the Narset successfully. So now, do I want to play this? I don't care about the 2 life. No, I think I just want to have a counter now. Sure, they can tap this down, but I don't want to let them resolve anything good. This is ticking towards 8. Let's slow this game down. Do I care about that? No, right? They can kill my Booty Nipper, whatever. Next turn, I'll put out my 1-3, and I still have Neutralize up. Narset's good, but it's just not that scary. Like, they're gaining life, which I don't care about. I'm a late-game power deck. I mean, they can draw a card, like, every 3 turns or something. I mean, by the time they emblem, I don't think they're going to have that many more non-creatures to do also. This is just really not a scary Magic card. Like, it's a good card. I mean, you get to draw 1 and then discard 1 right away and kill a creature. And then it pluses to gain 2 life. You can use the mana. Like, it's a good card. I'm just saying it's not like... I'm not, like, scared of it when I'm making an 8-8 and I have Emergent Ultimatum and a 6-6 and a hard counter in hand. I go well over the top of Narset. Okay, I'm going to charge the Tapper, which is timely, given I'm making an 8-8 in 2 turns. I think I would rather kill the Tapper than the Narset by quite a bit. I don't even think it's remotely close. I mean, it's worth pointing out, but the Tapper can tap down an 8-8 and a 6-6. The 8-8 and the 6-6 can just attack and kill Narset. And if we draw a Forest, we get Emergent Ultimatum next turn, and Ominous Seas. Oh yeah, Vivian is incredible. Narset is like good, nothing special. Vivian is one of the best rares in the format. Vivian is just like a Windmill Slam, totally broken. So 6, so we're 1 land short of leaving Neutralize up, so I'm just going to pass back. We have Honey Mammoth +2, so we're 1 land away from Honey Mammoth plus Neutralize, and we're going to make an 8-8 end of turn. If they try and kill the 8-8, I'll be happy to neutralize that to save an 8-8, and then the 8-8 can just eat Narset also. I don't care about that. That does nothing. I mean, the Narset emblem could be scary under some circumstances, but not at this point. Alright, so there's no reason to not counter that, I don't think. They'll just get back, like, you know, something awesome like the Tapper or the Giant. So we definitely want to counter that. Plus, if we draw a Forest, we can already just start casting awesome things. I mean, we'll cast Mammoth either way. But if we draw a Forest, we can also cast Emergent Ultimatum. I'm telling you, these Ultimatums are not that hard to cast. Like, I cast them almost every game. It's an interesting draw. So I can't cycle it and play the Mammoth unless I draw a land. I really want to cycle it. I don't need the Ultimatum right now, and it's a counter on the Ominous Seas also. First, okay, well, there's no reason to show them anything pre-combat since I can't just slam Ultimatum. So first, let's attack Narset, see if they chump or not. Now we can play Honey Mammoth, and then we can either play the Triome or hold it. I guess we're going up pretty good on board. I'm just going to play it. Because they're going to have to deal with our 8-8 and our 6-6. And then I slam the Ultimatum and go get removal and more fatties. I think given we have an 8-8 and a 6-6 out, I won't be greedy in this spot. It's not like against that one deck the last time where I was worried they would just kill all my stuff. I mean, they already have to deal with these two monsters. Alright, none of my creatures have haste, so we'll attack first. Hopefully they don't have, like, neutralize, but no reason to put them on that or convolute. Boo. Should have cycled. Would have gotten the forest. Would be less flooded. Yeah, now we still got a good game on our hands. They've got the looter. I don't have that many more lands left, and I still have all those fatties to draw. And the 6-6 is still the biggest thing on the board. But it's pretty much an even-ish board. Kind of wish I had cycled it, but for once I wasn't greedy, so I got punished immediately, of course. Oh, that's an interesting one. Alright, so let's go get a land, thin out the deck. I mean, I think we're planning to deck them now. Certainly not going to race. They're at 31. So we're planning to play as a control deck now and try and deck them. This isn't optional. Whenever they play a spell, they have to draw 2 cards. Obviously, I'll counter something good. I recognize they have a lot more stuff out than me, but I'm not countering Fertilids. If they play a removal or something fat, I'll counter it. Of course, that I have to counter. Hopefully we'll draw another fatty or something decent here. They're at 9 cards left in their deck. We really need to add to this board this turn. Well, not the best, not the worst. But we can capture the Cub Warden. Oh, that's bad. Guess I can capture that. They can keep making flyers with it. They have a lot of mana. Do I have hard removal for that? I have Curdle and I have Deadweight. I used Curdle. I have Charge, but I don't have a creature in hand. Does Deadweight work? No, they can make 2 flyers. I think I'm going to have to lock that down. That's a pretty bad one for us. I don't know how much I like my chances now. See what we draw this turn. Oh, that's a good draw. Now we get an 8-8 and some more ammunition. That was our best draw, almost for sure. Okay, so we can make an 8-8 to block, plus we have 2 more creatures. So I think I can attack with the 6-6. If they group block it, that helps in case, prevent them mutating on this and pumping everything. And if I trade with the Cub Warden, I'm happy. I guess they could just ignore it since we're decking them before they're dying to damage, so maybe the attack wasn't right. We do have, like, Godzillas left, like our black one, I think, for sure, and maybe our green one. Maybe we cycled that earlier. No, there's the cycle.
I mean, I'm pretty worried about losing to the Flying Swarm. I'm making an 8/8, so that's why I wasn't like worried about attacking in that spot. Yeah, I agree it's unlikely, but don't forget, I'm making an 8/8. I can attack with an 8/8 and a 6/6. Like, I can deal a lot of damage here. I know they only have 5 cards, but I'm not exactly some little aggro deck. What if I draw, like, 8/8 Death Touch here? I make an 8/8 end of turn, like... No, I don't have Trample, but if I force them to start chump blocking, that kills creatures and prevents them from swarming me. So let's see, they can make 4, 7, 12, so they can make 3 more 1/1 flyers. I am going to die to this Flying Swarm. Like, I'm going to lose. So, I think I need to be attacking. Let's say I have 2 blockers. I can block like 4, 6, and a 2/2. And then I take 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is not lethal. So I think I'm going to send these 3. They have the Crystal and a Blue-White Duel. I'm sending the Otter because I'm going to cycle now, because I kind of need to find more business anyway. And then I can take out the Cub Warden, which is one of their scariest creatures. If they mutate onto it, they make more tokens. And then, of course, they could pump their team. So even though an 8/8 Death Touch is nice, they have the ability to make chump blockers. So I think cutting out the Cub Warden was worth it, right? I'm still going to lose. I need, like, to remove this. Or I need to, like, mill them. I mean, they can't play things, or they have to draw 2 and they lose turns. But I'm going to die to the Flying Swarm before they're going to deck. Like, no question. Oh, yeah, they can't cast mutate spells. Well, they could have this turn. They draw 2 and then kill me. They can't on future turns. That's true. So sad they had this Sovereign. If this was like any other rare, we would have won this game for sure. But I think we're going to lose to the Sovereign. So 4 more makes 9. 3 blockers, 3 creatures here. If I attack, they can take it. I don't think there's anything to be gained this turn from trying to attack anymore. I don't know if I have an out next turn or not, but we will see. I need a Binding of the Titans. They have 4 cards, so they're about to draw to 3. So if I can mill each player for 3 cards, that would win us this game. I don't think I have outs, but I'm not really sure. Well, Swamp definitely isn't it. That was a great game. Unfortunate. I feel like the cards didn't come up in a good order. We certainly could have won that game, but it was fun. So what did we go with the Soul Tie Ultimatum deck? 4-3 or something? And we lost some closies. I don't think I can really complain. Yeah, 4-3. I think it was a little bit of an underperformance. The deck was pretty sweet. But that's how it goes sometimes.